You're muted, Deb.
I hear feedback.
I was checking with Wendy, see if she was ready. Okay. Okay. Superintendent. All right. I'm going to get started if you guys are ready. I can't see everybody at once, so this is so disconcerting. Oh, here comes Keen. I'll wait till a couple more people step into from the lobby.
Just a reminder to stay muted when you're not talking, otherwise we pick up movement noise.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate it. I'm probably the biggest offender. This meeting of the Independent School District 535 School Board is called to order at 5:31 p.m. Tuesday, May 19th, 2020, in room 137 of the Edison Building. Present is Mr. Michael Munoz, Superintendent of Schools, and a non-voting ex officio member of the board. Also present is Ms. Wendy Edgar, the Assistant Board Clerk. Ms. Edgar, would you please call the roll?
Miss Amundson.
Here.
Mr. Barlow.
Here.
Marvin.
Here.
Nathan.
Here.
Lusner.
Here.
Chair Seelinger.
Here.
Miss Workman.
Here.
Thank you.
.01 Approval of the agenda. Superintendent Munoz?
There are no changes to the agenda.
Move approval, Marvin.
Second, Amundson.
It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar, will you please take the votes?
Miss Amundson.
Here. Yeah, aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Miss Marvin.
Aye.
Miss Nathan.
Aye.
Mr. Slusner.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Miss Workman.
Deborah, you're muted.
Miss Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
3.01 Project Search. Superintendent, do you have any words before we begin?
Yes, unfortunately, we're really disappointed that this is the time of the year that we bring in our Project Search graduates and kind of get an opportunity to hear about their experience at Mayo Clinic. And unfortunately, because of the current pandemic situation, we're unable to do that. So we're lucky that they have created a video for us to watch. So I'm going to turn it over and we'll watch that video.
Project Search is an employee-driven transition to work model that was developed at Cincinnati Children's Hospital in 1996. It has grown from one single program site to a large expanding international network of sites in almost 600 locations, 45 states, 11 countries. Project Search started at Mayo Clinic in 2015. It's currently in its fifth year and 109 sites in Minnesota.
We started the year with 4 weeks of orientation. During the time, we learned how to get around the downtown campus on both the subway and street level. We welcome speakers from various departments at the Mayo Clinic to give us advice on dress and decorum, resumes, and interview skills. And we completed over 23 Mayo Clinic learning modules covering topics such as Mayo history, core values, safety trainings, confidentiality, HIPAA, and site-specific trainings.
Project Search Mayo Clinic is a program for adults 18 to 21 years old who qualify for support services in the Rochester Public Schools. It is a partnership between Mayo Clinic and Rochester Public Schools where students participate in 3 10-week unpaid internship sites on the downtown and off-site location. The goal of Project Search is to learn work skills and competitive employment.
The goal of Project Search is competitive employment. Competitive employment is defined as 16 hours/weeks or more, making at least minimum wage, non-seasonal, and working alongside coworkers with or without disabilities. Since 2015, 30 interns have completed Mayo Clinic Project Search. Of those, 28 have gained competitive employment.
We are the only 7 students in the Rochester Public Schools that can say our classroom is the Mayo Clinic. Our day starts at 7:30, working on career portfolios, including resumes and references. We discuss work issues, problem solve, and update our support team on our progress using weekly emails. We are in our internship sites from 9 to 2:30. At 2:30, we return to the classroom where we journal and discuss our day. The day ends at 3 p.m. We have 13 sites. They are central services at Eisenberg and St. Mary's. And then we have comparative medicine, linen services, environmental services, Charterhouse, Department of Laboratory of Medicine and Pathology, food services, pediatrics, health sciences, human resource, media support services, and supply chain management.
My name is Rachel Herman. I have had internships in pediatrics and the ES environmental services. My last internship will be at the Charterhouse. So I am more active and alert since starting Project Search. I used to fall asleep, but now I don't. I talk more, have a better eye contact, and smile more. I love all of my jobs, and I am happy. And then being a part of the team.
Hi, my name is Dewey Dia. My internship sites I've been in is supply chain management and comparative medicine. My last internship will be at media support services. In the Osmond building and at the print shop on Technology Drive. I have changed in starting Project Search. I'm less defensive and more open-minded when I give feedback. I used to ignore what supervisors told me and teammates told me because I liked my way best. Project Search has held me accountable, and I have learned feedback is meant to help me be more successful.
My name is Brandon Clark. I have had internships in central services at Eisenberg and DLP. My final internship will be at food services, is at the Methodist Hospital. During Project Search, Project Search is helping me to become more independent with my coworkers and my friends. Changing internships every 10 weeks, I've had to work with new supervisors, new coworkers, and new tasks. I am becoming more comfortable with my new settings and asking questions of new people. When with friends, I am more confident and independent in asking to do things instead of just doing what others are doing.
Hello, my name is Sean Healy. I had my internship sites at Charter House and Linen Services. I am excited to start my third rotation, which will be at Central Services at Methodist Hospital. I have changed from the Star Project Search from asking questions continually from not asking so much questions now. I am more confident in myself and my work, so I can get my work done, so I'm not second guessing myself.
Hi, I'm Ryan Brewers. My first rotation was in health sciences. My second rotation was in Central Services in Eisenberg Methodist Hospital. My third rotation will be in environmental services. There, I will be responsible for cleaning the Yonda, the Mail Building, and the Charter House. Plumber Building, sorry. Alright. I've been challenged at Project Search multiple times and more than ever before to increase my pace from being slow and cautious to efficient and confident. My teammates have told me they have seen me become more open, sharing my ideas and being more confident in class and on the work site. They can even see it in my body language.
Hi, my name is Braden Brown. I had internships at DLMP, Central Services at St. Mary's, and I'm looking forward to start my final internship at Health Sciences in the Bio Business Center. I have changed since starting Project Search. Before, I always worked way too fast, getting ahead of myself, but now I am more focused. Now my pace is not too fast or too slow, but more efficient in both the work sites and the classroom.
At Project Search, every year we have a theme, and our team we picked On the Road to Success.
Which the 3 road science, and not just represents the 3 internships, but also requires the keys to the road to success. We have teamwork, confidence, and work skills. And the road to success will lead to competitive employment and a career. And the 7 rays show the 7 internships. Unfortunately, Richard could not be here with us.
We appreciate your support.
And
Thank you
for your support.
support.
Mike, did you want to say anything?
No, I'm good. If there's any questions.
Director Marvin?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if those young people, if we were there with them right now, they would be getting a standing ovation. I hope, Mr. Munoz, that you and Chair Seelinger will communicate to them that they are exactly the kind of fine people and employees that the city needs. And I couldn't be more impressed. So congratulations to them I think from all of us.
Yes, and we're getting ready to early June. They will be doing their graduation ceremony. So with the current situation, it'll be a drive-through graduation ceremony, not our traditional one that we normally do with that group.
Yeah, they're great. We always appreciate seeing them, especially that lovely lady with her beautiful smile. It's great. Anything else, board members? Okay, let's move on. 3.02, 2020 School Board Committee Assignments Update. Board members, I know that some of us have been on some calls with Minnesota School Board Association, with Commissioner Ricker. So the work continues, even though we are separated and in our own homes. So we appreciate being able to have those opportunities. Would anyone like to share any other committee assignments or any other news or info? Okay, I'm not seeing anything in the chat and I'm not hearing anybody unmute. So I'll move forward. Item 4, the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move approval. Workman.
Second, Schlossner.
Very good. Thank you for motioning, seconding, and saying your last name for the good of our clerk. Ms. Edgar, will you please take the vote?
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Mr. Schlossner.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Superintendent?
Yes, we do have 3 retirements we'd like to acknowledge tonight. The first one is Patricia Carlson, kindergarten teacher at Falwell Elementary. Retirement effective the end of the day, June 8th, 2020. And she's been with the district 10 years. The next one is Marla Egan, speech language pathologist at Hoover Early Learning School. Retirement effective the end of the day, June 8th, 2020. Been with the district 22 years. And paraprofessional Deborah Allen, special ed para at Friedell Middle School. Retirement effective the end of the day, August 28th, 2020. And she's been with the district 37 years. So we want to thank those 3 individuals for their service to the district and wish them well in their retirement.
Great, thank you. 5.01, Literacy Partnership. This is an information item. Superintendent Munoz.
Yes, I'm going to turn this over to Brenda Witchman, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction.
Good evening, board. Thanks for this opportunity to share an update on what we're up to in K-1 literacy. I've talked to you about this a couple of times, and you've asked for an update, so that's why I'm here tonight. So this is something that we have been thinking about for a long time. As you well know, our reading results are flat and declining. And our data is not a reflection of the work that our teachers are doing. Our teachers are working very hard and wanting to help our students become proficient readers. But we're starting to wonder, when we take a look at our practices, do we have the right tools in our toolbox? So we would love to live in a world where all of our teachers have a very strong literacy foundation in their college coursework, and that isn't the case. So within this literacy partnership, we are really planning to give teachers a really strong foundation in the science of reading. And I think I've maybe had lots of conversations with you all about the reading wars. And we have been embattled in the reading wars for lots of years. And there seems to be an all-in approach. We're either all into whole language or all into phonics. And those are really the two polar opposites in the reading wars. And what we have been doing is probably more whole language based. And we are not going to go all the way over to the side of only phonics, but that is the direction that we are headed. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're planning to do, what materials we're hoping to use. I'm not the reading expert, so if you stump me, I'll make sure that I take your questions and get back to you. So we're doing this. Oh, I'm sorry. I got so excited about talking to you about this, I forgot to share my screen, so hang on. So we're doing this because reading isn't really a natural process. Our human brains are naturally wired to speak, but they're not wired to read. It's not a man-made skill. About 40% of our kids will learn to read regardless of what we do, but certainly not all of them. And it's not a natural process. And so there are many explicit skills that must be taught. In this work, one of our go-tos is Dr. Louisa Moats, who says, you know, what I alluded to before, that most of our teachers are licensed with not a strong research or a strong background in reading. And even some special education teachers are not required to take any courses in reading, even though the majority of their students on their caseload will have specific reading disabilities. Also propelling our work, I'm going to go back, is the National Reading Panel. And this is really the gold standard currently in reading. If you're looking for some things to do, you could read this book. It's very big. I haven't read the whole thing, but it really is the gold standard in reading education. And so that's what we're using as our base for our work. So that was the National Reading Panel, and I won't read all of these to you, but this goes back to, is anybody else getting that feedback? Sorry. The reading wars, you know, and we're not going to go all the way to the side of explicit instruction and phonics and phonemic awareness and phonics, but these are, we believe, the 5 pillars of early literacy, and these are the skills that we plan to teach our students. And we wouldn't make the decision to just do phonics and phonemic awareness all day, every day. Somebody on my team said yesterday, you know, kids don't fall in love with a long E, but they do fall in love with books about dogs and spaceships and sports stars and, you know, whatever interests them. So we're going to be using this as our foundation, but certainly we'll want to, you know, move away from the early skills. And our goal is to get kids to be really enhancing their comprehension. Another thing propelling us in this direction is our license renewal conditions that teachers need to have in-service preparation in scientifically based reading instruction. And you can read that, you probably already have, but the work that we're doing is really going to help our teachers because because we aren't just implementing a new curriculum. I always talk about it. It's not about the shiny box. It doesn't matter what's in the box of the materials. It's the science of why we're doing what we're doing. So we're not just going to spend more time on phonemic awareness and more time on phonics. We're going to give our teachers more preparation in scientifically based reading instruction, because we believe that when we understand the why, we can get to the what and how better. It helps you to make good decisions about what you're doing. So structured literacy is kind of the newer term in literacy. So it's based on those 5 pillars. And you can see that it starts with foundational skills, which we don't have a lot of currently, and we'll be spending much more time on those, and really the how. And this is the science of reading, and this is the progression from the bottom of all of those building blocks to supporting that top triangle of reading comprehension. So who will be involved in this work? Well, it takes a village, and we plan to involve pretty much everybody. We are going to start with kindergarten and first grade, and I think we'll probably want to bring other grade levels along quickly, but really that's where the bulk of this work will be done initially, because those are beginning skills that our kindergartners and first graders really need. We will also be having our elementary instructional coaches, our special education teachers, our reading specialists, principals, our curriculum and instruction department. And all of those people have been involved in the planning of this. We have involved, not like we had 17 meetings with classroom teachers. You can't really do that right now, but we have invited everybody into the discussion of this. And our principals have known for months. I can't remember when our first meeting with them was about this, but it was probably January or February when we really started to get some details. So really, what is this going to look like? Well, we're going to, we're not exactly sure. Don't want to say in a perfect world, because if we're alive, it's probably a perfect world. But we're planning to have a 1-day kickoff on August 26th during the back to school week. And that's really going to just kick off what this is, go over our scope and sequence, and start the work. And then what will happen from there is teachers will be bringing teams together once a month for half a day of professional development that will be led by our district literacy coaches. We have 2 on our CNI team. And then when those 2 literacy coaches aren't working, presenting the big group professional development, they will be in the buildings working hand in hand with classroom teachers and the building coaches, because embedded professional development is the best way to go. So we're going to, give them the knowledge, work on the science of reading, and then spend time with them in their classrooms to see how they're doing. The materials we are going to use, we use Heggerty or phonemic awareness, and we actually purchased that last year at this time for everybody. So this will be our second year actually with phonemic awareness. That's mostly in kindergarten. And then the one new thing that we'll be doing is some really great reading materials, which are the phonics materials, and we're purchasing them for K and 1. And then also the research and the best practices that are gathered from the National Reading Panel. So like I said, it isn't about the shiny box. It's about the science of reading. So while the materials are a piece of this, it's learning about the science of reading we think is as every bit as powerful as those materials. And then how are we going to measure our success? We will be looking at, there are assessments in the Heggerty, and that it looks simple. It's a big wound book, that that each teacher has. There are no student materials that we hand out with Haggerty. It's more about what the teacher does. So there are some phonemic awareness assessments in that. And then the phonics materials has the really great reading. They have assessments as well. So those will be more formative assessments that teachers are giving frequently to determine where their students are and where they need to go next. And then we'll be using NWEA, and we are kind of making a shift to FastBridge for testing. Not all of our buildings. We did a pilot this year, and next year we have many more buildings coming on board. And that was something else that we just, without face-to-face meetings, we didn't feel like we were able to make the total switch from NWA to FAST. But we will be using either of those, one of those in every building to show us our overall growth in a year. But really, I'd want to put more attention on the formative assessments that our teachers will be using. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Wichman. So board members, as we have done before, I will try to watch the chat and just let me know if you have a question or raise your hand. Also, you can always, I'll give some time for just, if somebody just wants to unmute and ask a question. But we're going to start with Director Nathan.
Thank you. Ms. Wichman, thank you so much, because I know that you've been sharing your excitement about this with us for a while. And I also know that as a consequence of the reading wars and the media attention, you got some emails from some of our constituents who are really passionate about this subject. And I know that you were talking to them about this very early in the process. So I appreciate how you've responded to not only the requirements from the state for professional development, but also what our parents are saying about what they're looking for in curriculum. So thanks for your work with that. I just have, where am I going to start? So how does this relate to the Lucy Calkins curriculum that we have had in place for K1 and 2 for a few years?
Yep, Lucy is more whole language based, but there's really good literature in there. So we plan to continue to use the great books that were in there. But if you know much about Lucy, it is more whole language based, and she'll say things like, grab the first sound, does that make sense? And those aren't, we think our kids need different skills than that. They need those phonemic awareness and phonics skills to be able to attack words and learn to read.
So they work well together. They work with each other.
Not the teaching materials, but we'll continue to use the books from Lucy, as good literature, because they are good books.
Okay, good. I'll let somebody else go if there's other questions.
Director Barlow.
Thank you. First of all, Brenda, thank you very much for your presentation. And I am fully on board, fully supportive. My wife raised our kids with Ramona Spalding in the Writing Road to Reading. And in fact, I've observed my youngest daughter, who has a 1-month-old son. It's never too young to start. She's teaching him phonograms. Well, he's listening to them. But the science of reading, that really intrigues me, and that I hope will really create the opportunities and unlock in the minds of many of our children the value that we know is there. And so whatever we can do as a board to be fully supportive, I'm on board to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it sounds like Director Barlow has another grandbaby to love and cherish. Congratulations. Director Schleusner.
I have a question. So it's always good to do a comparative analysis of where we're at as compared to how our students should be doing. And it's good that you've done some research to come up with what we feel we need to do better for our students. Has some of the comparison been against other districts that have been more successful with their reading programs than our own?
That's a great question. Honestly, when you look across the state, when we look at Minnesota, I mean, there probably are some districts that are ahead of us. And I guess, you know, I maybe would answer this differently tomorrow. I'll have given more time. But I think, you know, if we did that, we would probably look at, oh, what materials are they using? You know, that would be our first guess as to, oh, it, you know, because that's kind of the frame of mind that we typically have, like, oh, are they using Scott Borsman and they're getting those results? I really don't. I have great faith in this approach, that it isn't about the what we're teaching, and it's about why we're teaching what we're doing. So I'm not sure how many districts have taken this approach to take a step back, and instead of saying, well, it must be those materials, it must be Action 100, Lucy, and CIA. We don't believe that. We believe that currently we don't have the tools that we need in our toolbox. So that's a good question. And I don't think that we have done that. You know, I talk to people in the Big 9 districts a lot. I think it's Austin or Albert Lee is using this really great reading, phonics. We did go over there. We, you know, are taking a look. But I don't know of anybody who's really knocking reading out of the park right now. I mean, I'm sure those schools do exist. Could we do more research? Yes. But I will stand on this, that we're really confident that this approach is going to be really beneficial for our teachers and for our students.
And that's certainly great. I just know that there's usually some value in looking outside oneself to see what the tools or successes are of others. So appreciate your answer.
Director Workman, and then we'll go to Director Marvin.
Yes, I have a question about the license renewal conditions that you posted on slide number 6. Is that for all teachers K through 12?
I do not know that for sure. I'll have to look into that and get back to you. I know it would be for elementary teachers, but I'm not sure that that would be appropriate for secondary teachers.
Well, right. I mean, I'm thinking of, you know, the teacher who's teaching AP physics. It might be nice for him to or her to know these things, but to actually have to put them into practice with physics students might be. Well, I had to do some phonics training with some of my orchestra teachers, so maybe I should just ignore that. You should just ignore that comment. But okay, thank you.
I can look into that though. But it's phonemic awareness, phonics, other word recognition skills. So probably not, but I'll look into that for sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Marvin.
Oh, thank you. And I apologize, my chat function isn't working. I won't accept me into the group, so feel excluded. Ms. Wichman, thank you so much for this. I think this is a really smart move for the district to take forward. You know, both and I think the phonemics approach is a smart one to try. My question is the focus this next year on professional development going to be just with kindergarten and first grade teachers, or are other elementary teachers going to be able to get the same kind of training?
Our focus this year is K1, but because we're involving our literacy, or our building instructional coaches, I have, you know, and they'll be attending the training and stuff, and they're good at sharing good practices regardless of your grade level. So if I'm a third grade teacher and I've got, you know, students who are, you know, needing that level of instruction, I mean, I think it's reasonable that our instructional coaches would be helping with some of that. I mean, they're going to have the knowledge, they'll be in the building and they want to help. So if they can, they will. it was a tough decision, but we don't have the capacity probably to start K-5.
Right, and I think that if you have to start somewhere, K1 is absolutely the place. And again, I just think this is such a smart move, and I'm really pleased that that you, under your leadership, you're moving forward with this. So thank you.
Director Nathan, another question, and then to Superintendent.
Sorry. Just another question about our families might be used to hearing about the Action 100 and the IRLA curriculum that they've seen in reading. So can you help me and any parents understand how this relates to that?
Yep, that's a good question, because as a district, we have invested a lot into that. But we'll remind parents and we'll remind teachers who probably don't need that Action 100 is really an assessment system. It's to assess kids where they're at to where they need to go next. In the youngest levels, those books are predictive, and they're not necessarily so much aligned to phonics, because it'll say, this car is red, this car is green, this car is blue, so but we're not going to abandon that, and we are certainly going to use those books as well. And initially in this learning year, teachers might want to use the Heggerty and the really great reading assessments, but they might want to go in and check, a color level too. So we are certainly not abandoning that. And again, there are really great books as a part of that program. And so, what we want to do is teach kids those foundational skills and then have them be hungry for those books, because we aren't just going to teach phonics all day. I think maybe that's how phonics gets a bad rap sometimes, but in our instruction, it's not like we're doing this for even half an hour a day. These are short, quick shots, and teachers will be able to differentiate a lot, because some kids are going to get it right away, and other kids might need more takes at it, if you were. But we're not going to get rid of that. And I think this first year because this is new to us too, we're not exactly sure how all of these pieces are going to come together. And we are all going to be, I talk about this all the time, in our learner's stance, where we're just ready to learn and eager to learn. And we'll kind of be figuring things out somewhat as we go. We don't have all the answers day one.
Superintendent.
Yes, I'd just like to make a couple comments. First of all, I think back to Mark's question, I think what I'm hearing across the U.S. is that I think districts are realizing that we got too far away from teaching phonics and phonemic awareness, and understanding that you have to come back to some of that. I think the other thing that I think we need to understand, and parents need to understand, that this is just another tool for that teacher's toolbox. For some kids, they're going to learn phonics it works for them to learn how to read. For other kids, it may be the way we do the curriculum that we purchased. And the Reading America, to me, that's truly, it is an assessment, but that's more of a motivational tool for kids to read. And it kind of takes the gaming philosophy that you want to read and keep getting to the next level. You want to go from green to whatever the next color is, and that motivates kids to read. So I think all of that together, we're not abandoning any of it. It's just all going to work together, and it's going to we believe it's going to fit for all of our students, some better than others. Whereas Johnny may need more work in phonics. Well, now the teachers are going to have a tool to do that, and Susie may need something different, so we'll have a tool for that. So it's really just another toolbox we're giving our teachers, so they really can meet the needs of our students.
Thank you, Superintendent. Director Workman, do you still have a question?
I do.
ahead.
How will this be evaluated or measured? And when might the board hear about the success of this particular program? I realize that this is the first year and it's in its infancy, but I'm just kind of curious about what you see or how you see an evaluation taking place.
Well, we have talked about how we will measure our success. And so we'll be doing, the Haggerty assessments, those, the phonemic awareness assessments, and the assessments built into really great reading. And we're not going to wait until, the end of the year to assess this. I think we'd want some time before we come to report to you how it's going, because we need to build some background knowledge with this too. It's not like this is really going to look different day one. And we kind of have a plan to when we're going to roll out the phonics materials, but depending on what we look like come back to school, we might have to adjust that a little bit. So certainly next year, I don't know, can you give us until like maybe January?
For sure. Does that answer your question, Director Workman?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Director Nathan?
Yeah, I guess this is more of a question for the superintendent. So when I talked about Action 100, Lucy Calkins, in the past, the board has actually voted to approve new curriculum purchases. So will we have the opportunity to do this so that we can validate all this good work?
Yes, we will follow board policy. We have not purchased that since it's over $175,000. We'll be bringing it to the board for approval here in the near future.
Great, thank you.
Anything else, board members? I don't see anything else in the chat. Julie's hand is still up, but I think I've answered her question. I'm not sure how to turn off the hand. Okay, thank you. I guess maybe you just click on it. So I'll give us a 10-minute pause to see if there's any other questions or comments. Okay, well, again, thank you, Ms. Wichman. I was a late bloomer reader, so I'm interested to learn how the different tools have been developed and come to our district, and love to hear about differentiation, and the PD sounds great for our teachers as well. So thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to 5.02, graduation update. This is an information item. Superintendent Munoz.
Yes, I'm going to share my screen here, hopefully. So hopefully everybody can see that. Okay, we have a little bit of we're calling Plan B for graduation. Just a little bit of background. When we started this distance learning thing, superintendents were having daily calls with the Minnesota Department of Education, and we rather quickly superintendents started requesting information about what kind of guidance or restrictions is the governor going to put on us for graduation. And we weren't getting those, even though every meeting we had, we kept asking. And we were getting questions from our staff, from parents, when are we going to know? So we felt that we really had to come up with a plan. And I think I emailed that plan to you. We also sent a media release, Plan A, where we're going to do several mini ceremonies over a 3-day period of time. We also met with our Olmsted County Public Health, shared that plan with them, and they thought it was a really good plan, and even encouraged us to share our plan with other districts. That was on a Thursday, and then on Friday, the governor made an order and restricted graduation ceremony. So then we had to come up with another plan. So we spent some time doing that, and This is what we're calling Plan B, and we're going to do, I call them drive-up ceremonies. The students, it's optional for students to participate. We're encouraging our graduates to wear their caps and gowns, and we're asking them to sit in the passenger seat of the car as they pull up to the curb. And we are going to have a stand there with their diploma on it. We'll have individuals with walkie-talkies telling the principal who's next to come up, and they can choose to step out of the car and stand by the stand and grab their diploma. We'll snap a quick picture. If they choose not to step out of the car to do that, the principal, who will be wearing masks and gloves, will hand the diploma to the graduate in the car. As I said earlier, we'll be taking pictures of all of this at all of our high school sites. School staff who want to observe, we'll ask them to be in the perimeter and practicing social distancing so they can cheer and clap for the cars as they drive through. District will create a video that we will make available to our students and to parents. The recording video will have all of these drive-up ceremonies. Each high school is pre-recording their principal speech and their student speeches. I've recorded a speech already for all the schools. I know Deborah is doing the speech accepting the classes. So then all of that will be put together to create one video for each high school. And like I said, we will make that link available to our parents and students so they can see the entire graduation ceremony at that time. So are there any questions for me?
Board members, raise a hand or chat or just unmute. Oh, looks like Director Workman has a question.
Yeah, I know in past graduations when students walked across the stage, they simply got an empty folder. So my question is, in the past, when did they get their diploma, their actual diploma? Was that on site the same day? I mean, I should remember this, but my youngest graduated 10 years ago, so.
Yes, but what we're going to do in this situation, that's why we're going to have somebody walkie-talkie the principal so they know who's in the car, so they can grab the appropriate diploma for them.
Okay.
Director Nathan?
So I know in the past, school board members have also been at graduation. Can we see if we can participate with the staff in whatever distance cheering on they're doing at the various sites?
I guess that's up to you. We're really, if the high schools, you're talking anywhere from, I don't know if all of the staff will come or just the staff that really have seniors. I mean, anywhere from 90 to 100 staff at each high school, but I don't think all of them will show up. But like I said, whoever shows up, we're going to make sure that we're six feet apart, strung out along the driveway.
Okay, so we should contact the principals probably.
That'd probably be good, yeah. They may have a better understanding on how many staff plan on being there.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you for calling this Plan B, because I have a feeling it's really Plan J. But congratulations to all our graduates who may be listening to our meeting this evening and their parents. Different graduation than we hope to ever have again, but I'm glad we can still recognize and celebrate their accomplishments. 5.03, distance learning update. This is also an information item. And Superintendent Munoz, you're on again.
Yep. And let me pull up my screen here. Uh-oh, where did it go? All right, are you able to see my screen now? Nope.
Not yet.
All right, here we go. There it is.
Yep, got it.
All right, this is, as I shared with you, we would come back and give you just kind of a summary of the distance learning survey that we did. Before I do the survey, I want to give you just a quick update on our meals and childcare. We have been averaging for the last week and a half over 6,000 meals each day. We started almost not quite 2 weeks ago. We started offering dinner at 2 high school sites. So we provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We've been, like I said, averaging a little over 6,000. I think we had about 6,200 today. In childcare, we've been ranging anywhere from 75 to 90 children at the 2 childcare sites. As far as the distance learning survey, we surveyed our teachers to get their feedback on how the first 2 weeks of distance learning went. And then we felt that we couldn't ask our elementary students to do that without having teachers assist them. So we asked elementary parents to give us feedback on the elementary component of it. And then high school, middle school students were also surveyed. And we asked 2 simple questions. What are you the most proud of for staff, and what support do you need when we were asking the teachers? What we found from the pre-K staff, things that they were proud of, teamwork and communication that was going amongst the different staff members. They were proud of the connections that they're making with families and new ways of making those connections. And they were very proud of the flexibility that not only teachers were making, but even parents and the students, and felt they had a high level of participation. And they were proud that the staff were very adapting and embracing new technology as a tool for education. Now for the elementary level, you're going to see a lot of similarities here. They're proud of how staff were able to come together and collaborate and share things with each other. They were proud about their ability to connect with students and families. And they were proud on how the students and parents were working with distance learning, and really proud about the technology skills that staff were learning with this distance learning. We look at the middle school level. Once again, you're seeing that collaboration and supporting each other. You're seeing the same thing as far as connecting with families and students, and they were proud of the flexibility and resiliency that the teachers were showing. And again, they were proud of the new tools, specifically the technology skills and tools they were learning with distance learning. High school, they were proud of students putting forth effort and taking initiative on as their own learning. They were proud of being able to maintain connections and positive relationships with students, and families providing support for their children's learning. And then the other one was learning new things and adapting to new ways of teaching. So a lot of common themes there amongst the different levels. When asked what kind of support you would need, pre-K said paras seeking more direction on how they can support others. It was a challenge for them on work-life balance. It was a struggle for them. They needed more support in technology and requests for PD in general, and connecting with parents and not having enough translation services available. And then to elementary, they wanted more support in technology as well. They suggested having a technology hotline for parents. Once again, you see the work-life balance support was needed there, a report card and grading. And we were, even into the first 2 weeks, teachers were already wondering how are we going to do grading, and we weren't able to get that out to them as soon as we would like to, because we were waiting to see what kind of restrictions the governor may put out or guidelines that the MDE may suggest. And then the last one would be consistency among teachers with platforms. Middle school, students not responding, lack of motivation. They needed support in that. Again, you see technologies help there as well. And then working with SPED students and meeting needs, due process, and grading. And then at the high school, finding and supporting students, access and support with technology, knowledge and practices with technology with staff, and clarity and expectations on student workload and grading. We were fortunate that the governor did give us a Friday and Monday in May to provide teachers time to plan for finishing the year in distance learning. Since it was a planning time, according to the governor, We did provide a lot of professional development opportunities that really targeted the survey results that were given, and they were optional. And we couldn't require them to take them, but based on the feedback that we received from staff, we tried to tailor our professional development to address some of the supports that they were asking for. When we talked to students at the middle school and high school level, we asked them what is going well. They said ability to watch the videos of lessons over again. They liked teachers being flexible. They felt they had good communication from teachers. The office hours on Google Meet that some of the teachers provided, assignments that are clear and posted ahead of time, they liked that. They had a great appreciation for the staff support that was given to them, and they expressed enjoying, some said they really liked this type of learning. When we talked to, asked them how could we improve, what could we do to do better, less homework and busy work came up, and then just another high theme was wanting more homework. So some kids said they wanted less and some said they wanted more. Post weekly schedule in advance is what they suggested. Not all tests at the end of the week. Stop using Zoom, they suggested, which we were trying to get staff not to use Zoom, just because of, not only because of the issues that maybe students were experiencing, but just for security purposes. They were asking for more support for students who are struggling, and they wanted us to streamline communication for less emails and fix technical issues that they might have been encountering during their distance learning. When we look at elementary parents, the themes that we heard from them, what is going well, they were thankful for teachers and all that they're doing. Teachers are flexible and willing to modify assignments as needed. They appreciate the devices that were loaned to their children. They appreciated communication between school and home. They felt it was the right amount of work. They liked the one-to-one meetings that their students were having in Google Meets with teachers. They liked the use of Seesaw. They really liked Google Classrooms, and they were thankful for the food distributions and support of the basic needs that the district was providing. As far as what they suggested to make it better, this is a lot for families that are working and have multiple kids, have a similar platform, too many platforms. And with, for example, one teacher, if I have an elementary and a middle school student, my elementary teacher may be using one platform, but my middle school teacher may be using different platforms. So they suggested just using the same one. Clearer schedules, easier format to see what is due, more connections with families individually, and missing connections with friends and teachers. So that's kind of a quick summary of the survey that we gave to our staff, students, and parents.
So, Superintendent, can you talk a little bit about, I appreciate the survey and the groups that it's gone through. I think 2 weeks in is an appropriate time. And now we're, 2 weeks farther? I don't know, the days run together and we don't have a whole lot of time left. Was there anything that you picked up in here and thought, these are things that we could message out and make some slight changes, modifications, even going through the end of this year? Or is there ability to use some of this information if perhaps we have to continue distance learning into summer school or next fall?
Yeah, the individual building data the building principals were able to see that and had made some adjustments based on what they saw that first 2 weeks. So some of the suggestions and things that were in there already have been taken care of. But we do know that we really haven't talked about doing another survey at the end of the year, but we do know we are going to spend some time, I think I shared with the board, we're doing some executive coaching with our administrators and our extended cabinet. And we do have one full day of that executive coaching led by a consultant that's going to help us look at what are the best practices that we heard and learned during this experience, so we can make sure we can take them into either summer school or take them into next fall if we end up starting the school year in distance learning, or if we start in person and then mid-year again, there's another peak and we have to go to distance learning. So we really want to try to capture what are the best practices and the things that we learned during these few months of distance learning. And then if we have to go into that again, what are maybe the top 5 best practices that we learned from this experience that we're going to say, this is an expectation for the district. If we go to distance learning again, we expect you to do these 5 things that we learned from this experience.
That's great. Thank you. Director Nathan.
Thanks. I hate to ask the question because you've already shown us how much you're working on, but maybe for the families, because I know some of this has gone out to staff, what are the next plans you're working on that they might be hearing about in the near future?
Yes, right now we just today finalized our summer school plans, and so we will probably be messaging that out sometime this week. The guidance we received, or the directive we received, is you can either do distance learning summer school or you can do a hybrid, which is some distance learning, some in person. We have made a decision that we need to go, we'll do distance learning summer school across the board. And there's for many reasons. Some have to do with staffing, some have to do with costs. So that communication will be coming out here in the near future. The next task that the cabinet and others will be working on is what is our plan for next fall? And we will plan 3 scenarios. 1, we're back in person, no restrictions whatsoever. We're back to normal. This is what school will look like. Then we're going to develop a plan for what if we're back in school physically, but we have to consider social distancing. 3rd scenario is what it will happen if we have to start the year in distance learning. What's it going to look like? So we will be working on those plans this summer and be ready for any of the 3 scenarios come next fall.
Thank you, Superintendent. Anyone else have a question? I don't see anything in the chat or any hand raised, but I'll give you a few seconds to unmute or indicate that you may have something to add or ask. Again, Director Amundsen.
I just want to sincerely thank everybody who works on all of this. You know, I hear you say you're preparing 3 different plans. It probably nearly triples the amount of time and work required to put all those plans together. So I just want to express great appreciation to both the staff who works with the kids directly and all the people who support them and are having to do this work under, you know, the challenging situations we all know. Working from home from our computers and the technical difficulties and it takes longer, I think, to deal with technology and scheduling things, and it's just it's amazing what we can do under duress, under pressure. You know, no, not everything's perfect, but we learn from our experience and take that and make the plan better. And you know, most of what I've heard is positive from the community and the parents and the students. Not perfect, but positive. So kudos to everybody who's putting in all of this extra time and effort.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I should have mentioned too that we're pretty fortunate that because we are one of the Innovation Network members, we have been working with Dr. Bill Daggett, and he has been able to share with me a lot of research that they've done on how to prepare for back to school. So we've used that as a resource. And then our National Superintendent Association has also put out some tools that you can use for doing that. So we're also looking at samples of other districts that have already started that process. So we're grabbing everything we can, and we just feel that we have to have all 3 situations ready to go, because it may be August before we hear what school is going to look like. So we just have to be ready to go for all the different situations. So thank you for your comment. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, board members. Okay, so let's move on to, lost my place, 504, grading for learning update. This is an information item, and I think we have kind of a crew who've come in to take this over, but I'll turn it over to Superintendent to get us, get the scene set.
Yes, first I'll introduce Brenda Wichman, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and she has some teachers and other individuals that will let her introduce them, or they'll introduce themselves, but we wanted to give you an update on where we are with our grading for learning. So I'll turn it over to Brenda.
Well, speaking of technical difficulties, I can't seem to get my camera to work. So during that literacy update, I didn't know that you couldn't see me. I think it was certainly my plan to stay off camera, but when presenting, go on. I'm working on it behind the scenes. But I'm going to turn this over to Heather Willman, secondary curriculum woman in charge, with two other team members, Brandon McCraffick, also secondary principal, and Kate Palmquist, elementary, who've really been leading the charge of all this. And I know that in the midst of all of this talk about distance learning, and a little bit later I'm going to talk to you about distance learning grading, we don't want to confuse people too much, but this is something, our grading for learning work has been going on a long time behind the scenes, and we didn't want you to think that we have forgotten about that or slowed down our momentum at all. We have been going strong for a couple of years, and even during this distance learning time. So Heather and Kate and Brandon, and we have invited other members of the team also who are living, doing this work all the time, because we know that you always like to hear from our practitioners too. So take it away, team.
All right, so I'm going to try to share my screen here. I think you guys are still seeing Brenda's, aren't you? Are you able to
believe so.
We can see the slides, it looks like.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we'll start off with introductions. You know me, I'm Heather Willman, and I work with secondary curriculum. And then I have a whole team with me, so I'll let them introduce themselves, and we'll start from the top.
Hi, I'm Sierra Linforth. I'm an elementary implementation associate. The prior 3 years to this year, I was teaching second grade at Harriet Bishop.
Hi, I'm Scott Like. I'm a social studies teacher at Mayo High School.
Good evening, board members. Brandon McCraffick, principal on special assignment for career and college readiness.
We might have lost Kate there for a minute. Are you there, Kate? Okay, we'll move on to Steph.
All right, hi there, Stephanie Whitney. I'm the Implementation Associate for Secondary Humanities.
Hi, I'm Laura Willis, Instructional Coach at Friedell Middle School.
All right, and hopefully we'll get Kate back when we get to our slides. So I think Steph has the first slide, and she's going to talk a little bit about support for teachers.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about ways that we've been supporting teachers this spring, and then as we look ahead towards summer and just a little bit into the fall. And so these are some of the things we've got going on. We're really excited about the 59 teams of teachers who have signed up to work on grading for learning this summer. They could sign up as a PLC or even in subject alike from different areas of the district. And essentially they are going to be working on options that they had. They could be working on aligning their assessments to their prioritized learnings, or making sure that their prioritized learnings are sort of the center of the work within their classes, thinking about different ways that they're giving feedback to students in ways that aren't necessarily graded, might be looking at how to involve more student self-reflection, student self-assessment, so to partner up with students a little bit more in their learning. And so a lot of great work that's going to be going on starting the week of June 15th. So pretty excited about that. We have 25 teachers and instructional coaches who are participating in a book study on grading for equity, and this is written by Joe Feldman. Joe is going to be joining us this fall, and so this gives us a chance to get a jump start on the work that he's going to be sharing with us, and it maybe gives people a chance to think about whether they might want to do a book study within their own schools as we look towards the fall. And then, of course, Joe's coming again. He's coming this fall to talk with all of the staff. And we've been working on content like collaboration groups, March, April, and May. And so a chance to work with teachers, pull everybody together in the same subject areas to think about some of the things that they're doing in this distance learning work, and then also as they look ahead towards the fall, what are some things that are going really well that they have experienced with their students in the terms of grading and assessment and reassessment that they might want to consider doing even when we return to classes face-to-face. What are some things that are just going really well? And so we've been working on working with teachers on that as well. And then finally, we have Myron Duick coming in. He's actually joining us on Thursday with the high school crew, and then next Tuesday with middle school teachers to talk about reassessment and assessment. And he was able to actually customize these sessions for specific questions that RPS staff have had through the distance learning, and then again thinking about how we return and what we can take with us into the classroom again. And so he's going to be joining us and talking for a little while about some of his experiences, and then answering questions that arise through those sessions.
Awesome. So just continuing on, we have some more support for teachers. So individual sites are continuing. It was kind of funny. We thought maybe people would say, oh, it's distance learning and we need to take a break from some of this work. But actually, a lot of our teachers have wanted to continue to engage with book studies that they have been working through. And so that's still happening at sites. We have some action research happening, and we have true action research in terms of our distance learning environment as well. And then we've had a lot of opportunity to have some reflective sessions. We've done content area sessions with teachers. And so there's just been a lot of thinking about what's most important, how do we make sure we provide good feedback to our students, and how do we let that drive the learning forward. So we are planning next year to hold some focus groups with teachers to gather input on what's working and what needs to be adjusted. That was one thing that was suggested by many of our teachers and also from our REA leadership. And we think that would be a really good opportunity for us to have those focus groups quarterly and then be able to adjust as we go. We also want to make sure that we're hearing student voice. So we'll do some of those focus groups with students as well. And then we'll be updating the report card and the report card handbook to reflect the grading for learning beliefs. And that's happening at the elementary level. And then again, at elementary, we're planning sessions next year on grading for learning and then connecting that to the report card handbook work. So the work looks a little bit different at the different levels, but we're really excited about all of the support we've been able to offer teachers.
Heather, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
I'm so sorry, everyone. Heather did an excellent job explaining the elementary. I would just add that for elementary, we sought feedback from teachers back last winter, this past winter, when we did a lot of grading for learning professional development from our teachers, and they pointed out to us that one of the barriers was that a report card and a report card handbook had some items that were contradictory to the grading for learning work. And that's why in elementary, we're spending a lot of time these past few months updating that, and over summer curriculum writing time, we're updating our report card handbook to have that ready to go, hopefully for this next school year. So thank you, and I apologize for my tech issues.
Here are some of the ways that instructional coaches have supported grading for learning at the site level. We have facilitated grading cohorts and staff who are interested in proficiency-based grading. We have led discussions and self-reflections using questions such as, do you believe every activity or assignment should be graded and recorded in a gradebook? Is there a place for zeros in reporting? Should group work be graded? Or do you believe in grade reduction for late work or academic dishonesty? We've provided professional development on formative and summative assessment tools, as well as rubrics that focus on the prioritized learnings and standards. We've examined gradebooks and set up gradebooks together. Teachers have opened their gradebook to other teachers to see how people have coded and labeled things in Skyward to make it clear. We've created resource pages for teachers, as well as a staff, read articles and facilitated book studies about grading for learning practices that focus on equity.
All right, and then we're going to move into supporting students.
So supporting students, Century Student, we had just before distance learning started, Century Student Information Session was held. We will be holding student information sessions at each site this spring or next fall. We will be inviting students from each high school to join our Grading for Learning Steering Committee to help us gather feedback and make adjustments for next year. And we do plan to hold student focus groups next year to gather feedback about what is working and what needs to be adjusted from a student perspective.
So looking at a couple of the ways that we intend to support our leaders in this transition come fall, I just want to mention this is in addition to all of the work we've been doing with our building leaders over the last 2 years. Very thankful to Superintendent Munoz and the cabinet for designating time during our monthly leadership meetings for us to work through a lot of the questions and answers and scenarios with our building leaders so that they are well equipped to go back into their buildings and have a lot of those same conversations with their staff. Steph Whitney mentioned Joe Feldman, who is scheduled to come in the fall. He's also going to be doing some work with district leadership and instructional coaches on June 11th. Virtually from 10 a.m. to noon, really looking at the concepts that are included in his book Grading for Equity. And we will be encouraging leaders to read that book in order to support those conversations and those practices from an equity lens within their buildings.
All right, and then we'll talk about the Grading for Learning Task Force.
Yes, so teachers and district leaders met each month as part of a task force creating some guiding documents, planning professional development and support for staff, and then creating a communications plan for our community. This video was created and will be shared in the fall. It helps families understand the changes that are on the way.
And I think Adrian's going to help us play the video.
Rochester Public Schools is committed to preparing our students for the future. Our students, staff, parents, and the community told us what they valued in a Rochester Public Schools graduate. These 6 elements created our graduate profile: ethical contributor, critical thinker, skilled communicator, effective collaborator, resilient learner, and success-ready individual.
We are working to represent the elements of the graduate profile for all of our students. In our work, we discovered our current practices have not supported all of the graduate profile elements. In particular, some of our grading approaches have not always been in line with our beliefs about learning. Teachers, principals, instructional coaches, and district leaders studied research and graduate profile feedback to establish a framework of equitable grading practices. Our practices honor our students and their needs.
I might have to practice before I receive a grade. I might need more or less time to learn.
I might need to show teachers what I know in other different ways than just a test.
I deserve my grade based on what I know and can show.
As we begin implementing our updated grading practices, here's what you can expect. Our focus is on learning. Homework may be given for practice or feedback, but will not impact your student's grade. Students will be able to try again if they feel they have more learning to show. Student behavior will not be counted in the academic grade. Student grades will reflect how well students have reached learning standards.
As we prepare all of our students for their futures, we are confident that we are creating learners that are ethical contributors, critical thinkers, skilled communicators, effective collaborators, resilient learners, and success-ready individuals. Brenda, are we ready for questions?
Yes, we can take any questions you guys have.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Willman and team. That was a lot of good information. I'm going to start with Director Nathan.
So I've had the pleasure of seeing this team talk about their progress on the CCIAC. So this is, again, really exciting. But Heather, I don't want you to miss the opportunity to talk about the other supports for parents that you have out there, which is that parent guide and the great website and the information on your secondary curriculum, if you want to talk about that.
Sure. Yes. So we put together some resources for parents that just do a good job of explaining this and making it clear what the change entails. And so we have supports on that website, as well as we've also been doing some parent outreach efforts. And so working with our bilinguals, they were one of the first groups who came forward and said that they wanted to be sure that they understood the grading changes and that they could talk to their families about some of the changes and the reasons behind those. We've also done some outreach at some of our apartment buildings and just making sure that we're getting the word out to our families so that they know where they can go for questions and for needs. And then we're working on trying to make sure that we translate our brochure that has the 4 big ideas into our top languages so that families have a good understanding of what that looks like as well. So quite a bit of outreach with different parent groups. And we've done some meet the principal events as well at various high schools. And so we've been able to talk with parents about the changes there too. So thanks for asking that question, Kathy.
Director Amundsen.
Thank you. So change is difficult. We all know that, and we've gotten feedback, both positive and negative, about this new plan, which is to be expected. But I think with that in mind, having a plan to monitor, I'm wondering what kind of data and metrics are going to be used, and when the next official report with those early indicators of how things are going. I would hope maybe the school board would hear again shortly after the conclusion of first semester. But specifically, I'm wondering what data points we're going to be watching as our early indicators outside of subjective reports.
Sure. I think that, I think after first semester is a really good time for us to be able to look at how things are going. I think one of the things that we're going to be looking at is our achievement data. And we know that we have work to do around our opportunity gap, and we want to make sure that we're looking at those scores because we think that some of that is attributed to some of our inequitable grading practices. And I think that none of that is by intention, but it is things that are kind of baked into our system. And so we're really trying to look at that. I think we'll also be looking at what do our failure rates look like for our students in both middle school and high school. And then I do think we want to make sure that we also look at that data that we get from the focus groups. And I know that's going to be more anecdotal data, But I think there'll be some good trends that we can look at from our students and from our teachers to say these are things that we see as being measures of success and some things that we feel like we need to adjust.
Thank you for the question and the answer. I do think this is, when I think about it, it's such a complicated, you have, your training and teachers and working with them, and then you have the families, parents who need to, support and understand, and then you have the students. So this is kind of a heavy lift. So appreciate all the work that you have done, and appreciate the involvement plans going forward of the students and the feedback, and I think that's great. Director Barlow, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. I'm excited about this direction. Couple things. Question regarding the Mr. Feldman. Will board members be able to participate in that? I think it would be a great value. Certainly, I've ordered the book, Grading for Equity. It's a research-based, and I see great benefit value. I appreciate you hearing the question, making the statement that, not that it's been purposeful or deliberate, but it's important to acknowledge that the possibility exists for there to have been inequitable grading practices. And I think this concept of grading for equity or grading for learning helps bring that forward, if you will, as a discussion, and allows, I think, a more freer flow of education to occur. I did visit an article that the Harvard Graduate School of Education had and produced last summer regarding this, and I think it's great. I commend the team on the effort. The challenge, it takes courage to even have the discussion, and I appreciate what you're doing. So is it possible for board members to, when Mr. Feldman does, that's going to be viral, I think I understood you correctly, in June, or was that a fall date? Either way, I'd like the opportunity to participate in that if at all possible.
Yes, I can address that, Don. Yeah, when we do the big district training, hopefully it will be in person when we're back to school, but if not, it'll be some type of virtual. But yeah, we would encourage board members to participate in that, and just like we did the training we did with Dr. Traer and Shraki Holly. So yeah, we would encourage you to attend that and hear from him, and I think it would be good for board members to be involved in that.
Thank you, Superintendent. Dr.
Absolutely.
Nate?
And
go ahead, Ms. Willman.
I was just going to say, one of the things that we really have appreciated about Joe Feldman's work is that he does a really good job of pointing out the equity work that is in our grading and assessment work. And so we thought that he brought those ideas to the table in a different way than some of the other researchers that we'd worked with. And so that was one of the things that has really drawn us to his work. And Steph will be leading a Google Classroom. We're just starting out right now, but of teachers reading the book and talking about it and studying it together as well.
That's great. Thank you. Director Nathan?
So Heather, if families are looking at your PowerPoint, you have a link in there about the 10 questions to start the grading conversation. And on the graphic for that is a link to a podcast and an article by the teacher who talks about building the volcano. So that, could you pull those out and add it to your resources on the website? Because I think that article specifically, parents would be able to wrap their heads around it because it comes from both the perspective of a teacher and a parent about how this all works.
Absolutely. Yes, and Laura brought that resource to our attention, so we'll make sure that it's out there so that families have an opportunity to access that.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll certainly entertain any more questions from my fellow board members, but if anybody on the team has heard anything that they want to respond to or add to, Heather, please welcome your team if they have anything else. I'm using lots of awkward pauses just to make sure that folks have time to mute, unmute. Oh, I see. Let's see. Let's go to Ms. Witchman, because I can see her lovely face now, and she raised her finger, and then we will go to Superintendent for a comment. Go ahead, Ms. Witchman.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, when you were talking about the measuring and the metrics, it's been a while since we presented that achievement and integration plan, but we did put our grading work into that as one of our indicators of success. So, or one of our key indicators of progress. So we will be examining that data closely, and we feel that, yep, this grading work is definitely tied to our equity work in our achievement and integration plan.
Great, thank you. That's great to hear. Superintendent.
Yes, I would just first, I want to thank the teachers, instructional coaches, and district administrators for joining us tonight. We appreciate you updating the board on how we're doing for Gritty for Learning. And I also want to thank you for all your work. I know you shared what you've been doing, but I know you're doing a lot more than that, even having one-on-one individual meetings with teachers to help them through this process. So I just want to thank you for all the work that you've done over these last 2 years. And I truly believe if we really want to talk about equity and really want to be practice that, this is what we need to do for grading. So I just want to thank you for not only tonight, but for all your work that you've done over the last 2 years.
Thank you. Board members, I'll give us another 10-second pause to, if you want to unmute or raise hand or indicate you have a question or comment. I think they did such a thorough presentation that got a lot of good information. Seeing none, Ms. Willman, anything else from your side?
No, thank you. I just want to say thanks for the opportunity to update you. And I know that you've all been great partners in this work. And as we said, it isn't easy work, but I think it's the right work. And we just appreciate the partnership and the support.
Great. Thank you. All right. You can have a great evening, and we will move on here.
All right.
We're up to item 5.05, Friedell Repurpose Process. This is a discussion item. We have no new information coming. Superintendent, is there anything you want to say before the board starts in on a discussion?
Yes, this was an agenda item as an information item at our last meeting, and at that time there was discussion about the board establishing a process that they would like us to use for making that decision to repurpose Friedell. So tonight is just, we're here to listen on what the board would like to happen so they can make that decision on repurposing Friedell Middle School.
I will do a little refresher from what my chicken scratch that I did find, and it could all be all my thoughts, or it could be all of our thoughts. I don't really know. So we talked about the program and the history of Friedell, the size of the building, the highly gifted program itself. We have talked about, you know what, as I look at this, I realize they are all my notes, so I don't want to say that this is board level. I know that there was some talk about how do we, if we chose to close Friedell for another purpose, use it for another purpose, how would we sort of, for lack of a better word, decommission the space, the program? And then superintendent shared with us some of the needs, space needs of the district from some of our smaller programs, and then some pros and cons to having a middle school program in that building. Is there anybody who has any leading off thoughts they'd like to share? Anything new from last time that when we discussed this that they've thought about or
Well, this is Director Barlow. Thank you for the opportunity. I had opportunity to speak with a former principal who served early at Friedell as it first became a middle school, and this is before the highly gifted program was placed there. In fact, I think Friedell was in existence a couple years prior to highly gifted being located there. And additionally, though, have received a number of emails, as I'm sure other board members have, from former students to current parents who speak to what we each know to be a true value of a small school. Can't argue that. And so I guess where I'm going with this is the highly gifted program is transferable. In fact, those middle school students, once they leave Friedell, actually go to larger school environments. And as well as the other students who have who are privileged enough to benefit from those 3 years at Friedell, they each end up going to a large school environment. And so I value and would even say there's great benefit in small school operations. I wish every student in the Rochester Public School could attend a small school. That's not the reality, nor is it the possibility of that continuing. I think, though, the same deliberate thought process that went into starting a Friedell Middle School should also be in place prior to decisions being made to vacate Friedell Middle School in favor of some other program and or activity. So that's really where I'd like to leave it. I'd like to ensure that we have community conversations, opportunity for input from the community to occur as thoughtful and deliberate as we were to begin with, if that's possible. And then at the same time, just a valuing and honoring for all the great things that have occurred, been produced in the lives of students who have attended there, staff who's taught there, and parents who have supported the programs there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Barlow. Anyone else with some, what I would call some opening statements? Otherwise, I can do some reiteration myself. Director Workman?
Yes. So my understanding is we're to discuss the process of how we might end a choice school program as opposed to the merits of this particular program, which I think we delved into maybe more deeply than we needed to at the last meeting. My thought is that we really need to have a structure in place that could be used for ending any choice school should the opportunity or the need arise, as opposed to focusing on maybe just this particular ending this particular program. So it would be more of a higher level discussion as to what the structure of that would look like, what the process would look like, whether this would be purely a school board decision, input from community, parents, former students, those kinds of things to be considered. But that was sort of my understanding of how the discussion tonight was going to go. Or did I miss something?
I don't think we had a clear path forward. I think we were gathering some more thoughts in terms of how to best move forward.
One of the considerations would be, and I don't know if this is necessarily the time to discuss this, is the assumption has been made that the Friedell Middle School program of, the smaller program as being a choice, that this was an inevitability. And so we needed to discuss how we were going to do this, as opposed to backing up and saying, is this something we want to do for Friedell? Which is why I was suggesting that if we look at it as a higher level issue that could be applicable to future, the ending of future endings of choice programs, that it would remove it from this particular discussion of, is Friedell something we want to keep or not?
Director Nathan, and then Director Marvin.
Thank you, Chair Seelinger. So thinking about this, I went back to the question of why the conversation is on the table. And it came from the task force recommendation to close Friedell to reduce operating costs and ensure gifted and talented existed at each middle school. And I think that's been my frustration in the conversation that came forth from the task force, not just about Friedell, but about choice programs, but specifically about Friedell, that piece that Director Barlow talked about with regard to the value of a small middle school was missed in the task force recommendations, the conversation that the board was having. There was a lot of focus on highly gifted, but even back then we really weren't talking about the value of the small middle school. And when I say we're talking about this, or the reason we're talking about this, is because we had a task force talking about building new middle schools. And I think some of the other things that I've been hearing from the community is, while our space issues might be being addressed by building a middle school, we have parents with concerns about some of the programming and maybe the management of the programming in the middle schools of the size that we already have. And that might be a reason why some parents are looking to choose Friedell, because they're looking for an alternative to that larger school. So I'm wondering, in this conversation about talking about Friedell and its future, we can also be talking about the future of programming in our middle schools, learning from the lessons of what our middle schools are doing right now that's great for our students, and how what Friedell has been able to do for its students can be shared not just in the new building, but in the programs that are happening in the other buildings. I think we really have to look at the program that's happening in the Friedell building, valued as equally as the value of the building itself for its use.
Thank you, Director Nathan. I'm going to go to Director Marvin, who had her hand up, and then we will go to Director Schleusner, who put his hand up in chat. Jean.
Thank you. And I'm not sure that this is going to forward any kind of decision we're making right now, but I think, as Director Workman said, it's really important for us to figure out how we are evaluating the efficacy and the value of all of our choice schools, our district-wide schools. And I don't know that we have a really good process at this point to do that, other than parents and students are saying, I really liked it. It was so valuable. This is the only way I can imagine my education or my child's education going. And I honor that, but the flip side is, compared to what? You know, from a parent's perspective, none of my kids went to district-wide schools. None of my grandchildren went to district-wide schools. They adored their elementary schools, their middle schools. we want that for every child, for every parent to feel that way about the school that their child is going to. But right now, we're kind of in this place where people are saying, it really was great for my child, and I really loved it, and I want other kids to have that same experience. Again, what's the comparison? So, yeah, it just occurred to me, we don't have a process for evaluating the programs we have going at different schools. And I think, as Ms. Nathan alluded to, the idea of, and Director Barlow, having smaller middle schools. What is it about smaller middle schools that makes them more efficacious, more appealing to people? And can we provide some of those elements in every middle school? So again, this doesn't help us in our decision making, but I think we need to consider how we evaluate every program in every school. Thank you.
Mark?
2 points. I completely agree with Dr. Marvin and Director Workman that we do need a solid process in how to go about doing this. A piece of commentary for Director Nathan is I was part of those task force discussions, and while we may not have talked specifically about a smaller middle school, we absolutely did talk about smaller elementary schools and the need for operational effectiveness. I'd mentioned this last time we had talked about this discussion, as we do need to think about that. You know, as I've sat through some of these construction project committee meetings, we've talked about the costs of finding a home for the gymnastics program if we cannot do what the district wants to do with Friedell and have the use of the gymnasium there for the gymnastics program. We're talking millions of dollars here for something like that. But that's not necessarily important now, because I think the thing that is important is a good process. You know, part of the process in potentially closing a school is cost, it's operational. And those things will come out in that process. And I'm, going back to Director Marvin's, having a daughter or two daughters that did not go through Friedell, but went through other routes, and had plenty of friends go through the Friedell program. They both loved the schools they went to, and they've done just fine. We absolutely want our parents and our students to love the schools they're in wherever they are. That's all I had to say.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. So I look at, Director Amundsen. Sorry, looked away from the chat. Go ahead.
Well, you deserve a turn too, Director Seelinger, if you want to go first. I think it's important for us. I'd like to echo what I've heard from other people, that this is a great opportunity for us to have discussion about, how are our middle schools doing in terms of serving our families, and is there a reason that people are seeking a smaller program. But also, I think it's a great opportunity for us to re-examine why we have district-wide option schools in the first place. We all know that kids don't develop at all the same rates, and I believe that the logic at the time that Friedell was opened, it was around the time we had moved from junior high, which was 7th through 9th grade, to middle school, which was 6th through 8th grade. And so therefore we were asking kids a year younger to make a larger move that people wondered, I think, if 6th graders were prepared to do. And I think it kind of grew out of that. I think that still is valid today. Some kids are just as some children walk at 9 months and some don't walk until 16 months or even later. Kids are ready for different developmental milestones at different times. So being able to give kids an option from a smaller school isn't just about, well, everybody deserves a chance at that. To me, it's the ability for a family who knows their child best to say, my child's needs would be better met under these circumstances. You could say the same thing for the Montessori program. There are children who very clearly show a preference for a more active learning style, and if parents recognize that self-directed, more hands-on learning style would benefit their child, they might seek out the Montessori program as an option. So I think it's a way to meet individual children's developmental needs better to have options. And I think that we need to recognize that parents have choices. And if we end up with a one-size-fits-all, trying to fit the square peg in the round hole type of thing, I think what we will find is that we have parents exercising those options for other opportunities, whether that be another district or homeschooling or online schooling or private schooling. And it's not a contest. I recognize that it's not which school district can get the most students to stay in their district versus leaving. We all want what's best for students, and so we all support families choosing what their students need. But we need to keep in mind that the people in our district are the ones, paying taxes, and it's their district. And if we find a lot of people who are opting out of our schools because they can't find a good fit for their child, I think we need to ask ourselves whether or not we are serving their needs, whether we are structuring our educational programs in such a way that we can find a place for everybody in those programs. So I would really welcome the opportunity for us to have that kind of a discussion and to reapprove in a symbolic way our commitment to whether or not we are supporting our district-wide options. So back to what Director Rickman started out with saying, it's process, and it's a discussion about having a discussion, or are we being asked, I guess, to give concrete next steps for the Friedell decommissioning proposal specifically? I'm unsure.
Yes, I can respond to that. Yes, sometime here in the near future, the board is going to have to make a decision one way or the other, so we know what, if you choose not to let us repurpose it, then we have to look for other options. As Mark said, for a gymnastics gym, that's anywhere from $2 to $4 million to build a new one. And I shared with you at last meeting, do we continue leasing the Boys and Girls Club for that program, or do we look for a permanent space? So eventually you are going to have to make a decision. I think, so what we're looking for is, what do you need to happen in order for you to be ready to make that decision? Because your decision determines what our next steps are. I would also encourage the board, as a board member, you're no longer, you can't think as a parent. You have to think as a systems leader, because you are a systems leader. You can't let the emotion get into it. And I know that's challenging to do for all of us. You have to look at what's the best decision for our system. Yes, we have parents who like the small middle school option. We had parents when we were working with the task force said, build a bunch of small elementaries. Well, we didn't think we could pass a $300 million referendum, so we landed on a elementary at 720 to address our capacity. So I understand there's always parents wanting something. We can't meet everybody's needs just because of unfortunately, sometimes money gets a factor, and in this case it is a factor on moving forward. But I think I would encourage the board to try to separate yourself from thinking as a parent. I know you have to listen to parents, but you have to make decisions based on what's best for our entire system, and decisions that we can actually afford as well. But I guess we're just looking for what needs to happen so we can come to a board meeting and you can say, yes, repurpose it, or no, don't repurpose it. so we know what our next steps are, because either decision you make, things have to happen after whatever decision is made. So we're just looking for, is there something you would like us to provide, or is it something the board members would like to do, but what needs to happen so a decision can be made so we can move forward?
Thanks, Superintendent. I'm just going to recap a little bit, and then I see we've got some questions and comments. So I've highlighted the words in my notes that I'm actually taking this time. Superintendent is talking about bringing this to us because the potential to repurpose this building and other needs we may have. I've heard some talk about middle school programming in general, that might be a future discussion, thought, study session about what does that look like. We know that's a challenging time for students. We've brought up process, so process to whether we want to call it ending a program, decommissioning a program, decommissioning a space. There's an interest in that. I've heard operational I think I said efficiencies or effectiveness, not sure, but from the operational side. So to me, that's more about the dollars and cents of a building, running a building, and costs where they're in. And then also, again, for maybe the greater good another time, the philosophy of a district-wide, of our district-wide options. So that's my short recap of that. And now I will go back to, it looks like Director Workman, I think, was next in line.
Thank you. I think I have a couple points I'd like to make. First of all, we really need to make a distinction or keep separate the idea of closing a building versus ending a program, because those two things are not necessarily synonymous. For example, a number of years ago, we closed Burr Oak, and there is a specific process that we have to go through according to state statute to close a building. At Friedell, we're not talking about closing a building, we're talking about ending a program. So I would like to make sure that board members just keep that kind of in the front of their brains. And then the second thing, in terms of parents, I, as a board member, and I was going to say a former parent, but I guess once a parent, you're always a parent, right? That I don't view parents as the enemy in this kind of thing. I value their input, and there are going to be several sets of parents, I think, involved in something like this. They're going to be the parents of former students who are going to say, this was a great program for my kids, and they did really well, and this smaller environment was exactly what they needed. And I don't remember who made the observation that, parents generally know their children the best. So there's that set of parents. The second set of parents are going to be the parents who are saying, my kid already went through the program, and, that was great for my kids, and I really don't care about anybody else's kids. Then the third thing would be the parents of students who are currently at Friedell or considering being at Friedell. They're going to want to know, is this program going to be here for my kid for 3 years? Is it going to end after sixth grade? So I think we really need to consider all of those different perspectives, as well as, once again, a higher level philosophical discussion about how do we end a program? What is the process for doing that? Do we want input from parents, since apparently I had the impression that we're going to be emotionally manipulated by them, and that all of our rationale about how much it's going to cost and all of those other systems decisions are going to not be considered. So I guess that's where I am, is once again, let's get back to the process. What steps do we need to take? What do we need to include? What do we need to consider? The board might say, you know what, we're going to just go ahead and make this decision without any input from anybody. And I'm not necessarily recommending that, but it is the board's prerogative to figure out, how do we make this decision?
Thank you. Director Nathan, you had a question?
I did, and I think we talked about this, Superintendent, at the last meeting as far as the timeline that we're talking about, whatever decisions we make, taking action. So the new middle schools are scheduled to open in fall of 2023. So are we talking about repurposing Friedell prior to that? Or would whatever the plans are, should we decide to repurpose Friedell, just seeing that those middle schoolers in Friedell at the time would transition to the new middle school?
Okay, I'm assuming it's directing me. My computer just shut down, so I just got back on. But,
sorry.
Yeah, I guess I think I understand the question. The recommendation of the task force and the plan was that once the new middle school opens up, any student who, at that time, if you're a 6th or 7th grader, you would go back to your neighborhood middle school. Depending on numbers, if you recall, next year we're adding a highly gifted program at John Adams. So the goal would be to have a highly gifted program at every middle school. So if that's your neighborhood school, you could stay at your neighborhood school for the highly gifted program. So we would keep it open until the new middle school is up and running, and then make the move at that time. So I hope I captured. My whole computer just shut all the way off, so I had to restart it and everything. So I hope I caught your question.
Yes.
Great.
That,
thank you.
I have one more.
Go ahead.
On that. Dr. Slusner talked about how the task force had talked about what the costs were for the activities and programs that you wanted to perhaps use Friedell for. Do we have actual solid numbers for what those program locations would cost if they were in Friedell versus if we had to find alternative locations? Do we have hard numbers on that?
Well, I don't know how hard these numbers are, but when we at our last meeting, the question somebody asked what it would be cost to build a separate gym just for gymnastics, and the quote we got from Knutson was probably $2 million if you're just building a gym with no locker rooms. But if you add locker rooms, you're looking at $4 million for a new gym and lockers for just the gymnastics gym.
And then, are there any other costs related to some of the other programs you talked about, the rail or the middle school right fit?
We would anticipate that if rail goes into that, there may be some renovations. We haven't nailed down exactly what that cost would be because we don't know everything that we'd need to make some renovations. Probably one area where we will have to do something is they do need kind of like a kitchen area so they can practice some cooking skills. We do know there's a lounge in Friedell, but probably not large enough to meet the need of that program. So, but we don't have a solid dollar amount for that at this time. If we would move the Right Fit program in there, there probably, we wouldn't need renovations because there's classroom spaces already, and but we haven't nailed exactly what it would cost if we moved the rail program in there.
Okay. Thanks.
Comment, Director Amundsen?
So to me, we're starting to get off of the process question again a little bit. If we're talking about ending a program because Friedell, the building, was populated with middle school students for the purpose of giving an option, district-wide options, if we no longer see a need that students have for having that option, then the decision is made and we no longer need to have middle school students at Friedell. So if you're asking me that question, I would say I hear from past teachers, past parents, past students, that it's a great thing that they had that option. It served their needs, maybe unique needs. Maybe it's something everyone wished they had, and obviously they can't, but I think we would need to talk to current families to say, is this still a need? Now, given the fact that I assume we still have a waiting list for people to get into Friedell, we have a pretty clear message that people feel like it still fits a need. So I'm not really quite sure why we'd be talking about ending a program that meets a need. So like I said, that's a different question. Now, if we're talking about needing a place for a gymnastics gym, it seems kind of odd to me that we would take a successful program in a building and say, we're going to remove these students' educational options because we want to build a gymnastics gym there. That doesn't seem like a logical and good way for us to be making a decision. So if we are talking about a financial reason to close the program because we can't afford to continue to offer it, then I understand that. I fully understand that. And I fear that may be where we end up, because I know we're going to have the budget discussion, but I also listened to the news about how revenues are down and we may not be receiving our tax revenues from the state and that type of thing. But then I would hope that it would come in a larger discussion about budget cuts. I would hope that we could put everything on the table, everywhere that we could be trimming costs, and then prioritize them. And, that's a discussion I would like to have at some point, is how we're going to approach future budget cuts. But assuming that that would be the process, that we would identify many potentials, we would prioritize them, and then we would go down the prioritized list until we hit our budget cut target. And then that's a different way to look at closing Friedell. But I think we need to decide, are we sacrificing a program that meets the educational needs of students to build a gymnastics gym? That's a whole different question. So I think we're getting the water a little bit muddied, and I think we need some more concrete information on why are we being urged to consider this as an option, and when does the decision need to be made? What's the deadline?
Thank you. Director Barlow, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. And indeed, I agree. If we're not careful, the waters are unnecessarily muddied. So I want to be careful to not introduce anything that could potentially do that. It's quite possible, even with the new school yet to be built, some of the small school dynamics with, I'm going to suggest the use of the term intelligent design, could potentially capture some of the small school values, if you will. I think we are remiss if we think that the only way the small school experience can be achieved is if it occurs in a small school defined based on square footage or capacity. I think, and I have read much regarding, well, it was the teachers who knew everyone by name. It was the students who felt this way. It was the parents and what they brought to the process. Well, each of those things are transferable. And I would just simply say that let's not suggest that they can't occur or wouldn't occur. I think where there is a will, there is a way. Further, though, I think we have to also be cautious in suggesting, we have a number, I don't have the numbers before me, but a number of students or families opt out of Rochester Public Schools for whatever reason they currently do, and many families from other local or nearby districts opt into Rochester Public Schools. So while we are aware, we want to attract everyone, and we want to be the type of district that is appealing to everyone. But the one thing, and I'm extremely sensitive to the notion that privilege and or access become factors that come into play regarding who's in or who's out or what things are made available. I'm aware, and I appreciate Director Seelinger, when the discussion first began at our last meeting, she openly disclosed that, you know, I've benefited from the program. My kids have attended that, and I appreciate that. And I believe there are two other board members as well who perhaps your children attended that as well. And so you can speak firsthand regarding that. I can't, my kids did not, and the majority of people that I know and who have attended Rochester Public Schools haven't, and yet they have received, I think, a great educational opportunity. The graduate profile is not designed just for, if you will, a small school setting, but it's for any school. And I just encourage us to, you know, keep these type of things in mind. I am concerned, Director Nathan Edmondson, they both referenced, okay, well, what are we talking about time frame? When it seems like, you know, 2023, none of this would happen in terms of the transferring of kids prior to 2023, if I understood that correctly. We don't want to wait till then, but we aren't necessarily forced to make a decision tonight. But I would like to maybe hear what specific recommendations Superintendent Munoz or Cabinet might have. We do have a recommendation from, if you will, the Facilities Task Force. I don't know where you, Superintendent Munoz, and or Cabinet would fall within that, but it would be useful to me if I had some, you know, leaning in terms of what you're proposing.
Yeah, thanks, Don. I can respond to that. I do support the recommendation of the task force, and because I'm not ignoring parents. Some parents may like that smaller setting, but as the superintendent, I have to think of the entire system, and unfortunately, money has to factor into that decision as well. Melissa mentioned not only is it even more important now because we potentially could be looking at a 0-0 increase funding for the next 2 years. So we are going to have to tighten up the belts because of that. And so money does have to factor in some of the decisions. You know, in a perfect world, the same thing I said when this came up, when there were some individuals who felt we should have smaller elementaries. And I said, in a perfect world, I'd love to build 10 smaller elementaries to address our capacity issues, but I know we can't afford that. I know our community would not support and I'm just throwing a number out there. I have no data to support this number, but we passed $180 million. You know, how many more million would it be? 250 million, 300 million to address our capacity if we build a bunch of small elementaries. So, you know, when I look at it as a system and the needs across the entire system, that causes me to support the recommendation of the task force.
Okay, I'm managing multiple things. Is there, I see Director Amundsen wanted to make a response. Is it brief? Thank you.
Brief. I wanted to reply to what Director Barlow said about ways of making the middle school feel like a smaller building, the new one. And I would totally reinforce that, which goes back to the point about having a larger middle school discussion, because if it were easy to do, I think we would be doing that at our other larger middle schools already. So I would encourage us to continue to pursue that avenue, to look at how to bring that option to all middle school students, as well as to respond and say that I think if we're closing Friedell due to financial reasons, then it would need to be in a larger budget discussion along with other cost savings. So I wouldn't be prepared to discontinue a program until the larger discussion.
Can I make a quick comment on that? I will say it's probably not as easy to create the small school concept in some of our middle schools because of the way they're designed. I can tell you the design of the new middle school is set up so you can do that, or you can put this wing is all 6th grade and this wing is all 7th grade, or you could do houses, kind of like the way Century was designed. I mean, they're currently not practicing that, but it was built to create smaller high schools within the building. You probably couldn't do that at John Marshall and Mayo because of the way it's designed. So that is in consideration for the new middle school. So that would be something that could be an option, but it would be a little more difficult in our current facilities. It's just the way they were designed.
Director Nathan, you have I have a question. Is it new, relevant, and brief?
Yes to all. Director Amundsen asked a specific question that I don't think we got an answer, which was when the decision has to be made by. We know 2023 is when it would probably take place, but what's the timeline for when we would have to make that decision?
Well, I think as I shared with you at the last meeting, the urgency may come sooner if I shared with you if the land swap for Longfellow does not work out, then we may be looking for a home for a year for Longfellow students while we're tearing their building down and building a new one. So that would make it sooner than later. There's so many other decisions that have to be made, so I don't have a specific date, but the sooner you can make decisions on this, then we know, okay, we don't have to find a way to build an additional gym and find the money to do that, or we don't have to look for a more permanent space. I don't envision us spending 20 years leasing the space at Boys and Girls Club for that program right now. I don't think it's ideal for that program, but it's the best we could find in a short time. But so when you make decisions about this, then that tells us, okay, we need to be, if you say no, then we need to start looking for a more permanent location for that program. And then we need to figure out, can we, even at one of our PLC meetings, we talked about what would it cost to build an additional gym onto the new middle school for the gymnastics center? What would it cost to build one onto the new elementary? So I think the sooner this decision can be made, then we can continue moving forward, because there's multiple decisions that have to happen, not just the Friedell one, but we have to have conversations. If you recall, the task force also recommended moving, for example, the Montessori program to the Hoover building to create more capacity in the southeast part of the city. So there's other decisions that have to fall in place. So I can't give you a specific date, but the sooner you can make the decision, then we can move forward on other decisions that have to happen.
Okay, board members, as the public can't see, but we have been a little bit active in chat. I'm almost out of power on my laptop, and so I'm going to have to either recess on this item and come back to it, or wrap it up and have a recess so I can get a little refreshed in my juice. I am going to take a moment to share my own thoughts. All of yours have been helpful. What has stuck out to me and is actually made me quite sad, colleagues. We were talking about Friedell, and we're talking about Friedell parents, and no one has mentioned the parents and students of Phoenix, Rail, Middle School, Right Fit, and they are equally as important. And if we're going to get parent feedback, I suggest that we include them in this process. Just because they are smaller programs does not mean that they are easily moved, transitioned, stuck in corners, much like ALC students were in a facility that really was not up to par those many years ago. I want to make sure all our students have access to fine facilities as well as staff. So I implore you to remember them as well. When I look at considering the building of Friedell and the programs within, the things that I think about are what are our free and reduced price lunch numbers in comparison to our other middle school facilities? What are our minority student numbers compared to our other facilities? Having those in line with our other middle schools, I think, is important. I don't know that we are as close as I would personally like us to see in those areas. We also know that Friedell students have cost in transportation because there is no walk boundary and they all take school bus to the Friedell site. And I also, as we know that there is, superintendent presented last meeting, the population of the highly gifted students and general ed students in the building. I think it would be good for us to know about waiting lists, waiting list trends, and perhaps a little bit of updated information about the highly gifted program, how that's going and being received at Kellogg. I have 12% of my computer battery left. We have had been having this iteration of discussion for over 30 minutes, and I'm not saying that to be crabby. I'm just sort of pointing it out. I'm not necessarily feeling like we're moving towards any sort of direction or resolution in a solid form at this time. I am willing to entertain a short recess if we want to just come back for the purposes of maybe asking very specifically what board members would like to see from administration at the next glance of this item. I don't feel that, I feel we're starting to reiterate some information and some opinions that have been expressed either earlier in this meeting or in the last meeting. So I see well, it's not an entertainment, it's a it's a hand raise from Director Amundsen. Go ahead.
I do have a constructive suggestion for moving forward. Is there time for it on your battery meter? So I think we need to ask ourselves, are we looking at eliminating Friedell as a district-wide option as a program change, or are we looking at it as a budget cut? If it's a budget cut, it seems clear to me that it should take place as a discussion in a larger picture of needing to save money. If we're talking about it as a program change, then I would recommend the concrete step of creating a task force that will meet in person or virtually in several meeting times, so not just a one-time thing, and to include the membership of past and present parents, past and present teachers, past and present administrators, people who really understand the history of the program, and then also a discussion of what need the Friedell program is addressing, and can it be addressed, that need, in another format in either the new middle school or all middle schools. And if at the end of that discussion process, the task force has a concrete way of moving forward and saying, we've identified a need, we've identified an alternative way of addressing that need for our families, then it's a different discussion that we're having, and we can improve our methods of operating. Now, if we're looking at Friedell as a location for a gymnastics gymnasium, then I think we might have a bigger problem, because I don't see a way of assessing educational options for children versus a convenient place for a gym. So I don't have a way to address that for you. But if we're talking about decommissioning a program, that would be my concrete steps, would be a discussion.
I see Director Marvin has raised her hand, and I see Superintendent also. Jean, would you like to go ahead of the Superintendent, and then perhaps, is that all right, Superintendent? Jean, I'm not sure yet you're unmuted.
Sorry, thank you. I value this conversation, and I'll make this quick. You know, it occurs to me, Friedell isn't a program. It's a smaller school, the way some of our elementaries are smaller schools. So that maybe makes it, I don't know if it's more or less complicated, but the program at Friedell is not any different from the programs at our other middle schools. Maybe a little bit more limited in terms of some of the things that they can't provide. But it's a choice, but I'm not sure that it's a program. So that's all.
Thank you. Go ahead, Superintendent.
Yes, a couple comments. First, unfortunately, you can't separate budget from decisions. I mean, and let's see, I gotta be careful how I say this. I don't think you can just say, well, is it a gym versus this decision? I don't like that comparison. Back to what Deborah said, we have other programs that have students that also factor into this decision. So it's not just a gym versus the smaller middle school. And I don't think you can ever separate many decisions that you make at the board level or we make at the district level from budget. It's not just a budget question. It's a variety of reasons that we're having this conversation. And I guess I would, if you want to use the process that Melissa's suggesting, I'll just tell you right now, I would save the trouble of doing that. If you get former teachers and current parents or former parents of, they're going to say it's the best thing, since peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I mean, they're going to tell you that. So if you're not going to include people who can be systems thinkers, I think you're wasting your time, because I'll tell you exactly what you're going to hear from that group. They're going to say, keep it. It's the best thing in the world. And I'm not saying it isn't or isn't. But unless you're going to include other voices who may look at the system, I think you're not going to get all the voices that you need to get in that process.
Thank you, Superintendent. For all concerned, Ms. Edgar saved me and actually plugged in the power strip that I was desperately trying to use. So I do actually have power, although still quite limited. And again, I reiterate that I'm feeling like we're not really moving forward at this point. So I am going to take one more comment from Director Nathan.
And mine is in the spirit of moving it forward. I think Director Amundsen has a foundation of an idea where, building on what she said about including past and present Friedell associated people, if the context is to learn what need Friedell is meeting, at the same time, we're having a conversation district-wide about how our current middle school spaces aren't meeting the needs of our current students, because we're talking about designing a new building that better meets the needs of students, or designing a building, if we could, from scratch for what our students would need. So if that concept of a task force was expanded not just to what need is Friedell meeting, but I'm sure we're getting feedback from those middle school students in the design process about, gosh, if we could build a new middle school right now, what would we do? But have it from that program concept. We could bring a wider group of voices into that task force process and have a broader conversation, not just of the Friedell needs, but the needs of our middle schoolers across the district and how that might be infused into all of our middle schools. So I'm saying I'm in favor of, if we were going to move forward with a additional conversation, I'd like to maybe hear more about that from how my other board members feel.
Oh,
Director Workman.
I'm putting my hand down.
Thank you. It's still up. Let's see. This is my suggestion, because this was just a discussion item, and we have done some discussing and we have shared some thoughts. My recommendation would be to end the discussion for this evening. I think a lot of things were shared that are thought-provoking to our among board colleagues and among board colleagues and superintendent to board members. So my recommendation is that we would end the discussion for tonight, look at, think about what we could, how best to structure a process going forward. This was a little bit of free flow, which is okay sometimes, but also sort of difficult in a virtual environment. So unless I hear great hue and cry from you now or from any board members or superintendent, I would entertain moving on, and I will give us a 10-second pause to consider what has maybe been left unsaid, what could perhaps be sent to superintendent in an email to express further. Superintendent may want to discuss with cabinet or other folks involved. Director Workman, is your hand up again?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, if the issue is where to put a gymnastics gym or a gym where we can have a gym for gymnastics, then perhaps we should take a look at any of our other choice schools and say, okay, perhaps we could end the core knowledge program at Washington. It has a nice gym. Maybe Washington's too big for the rail and the Phoenix programs and others. So I'm not sure exactly what all the factors are that have been driving this particular discussion. I know that it originated from the task force who was looking at building efficiencies and whatever else, but we do need to have a broader discussion, and I really would like to see a task force. My preference would be for that the school board actually have a study session on this in terms of figuring out what our process is going to be, rather than trying to incorporate any deeper discussion into a regularly scheduled board meeting. That's all.
Thank you. All right, board members, we are going to go into a short recess at 8:09 p.m. work your way back. Maybe show me your face. Show me your just your face. Oh, and I'll show you mine. Sorry. It's too many buttons. Okay, let's see. Kathy, are you with us? Mark, are you with us? Don, are you with us? There's Kathy. Not that I don't care about you cabinet folks, but you'll find your way back. Should have like hold music or something. Oh, there's somebody. Don't know who.
No, that was just me. I think we need Barry Manilow for the music. Just putting it out there.
Okay. You can lead us in that.
Yeah. Those of you who don't know Barry Manilow, Google it. Yeah. Okay. I'm done.
Thank you, Jean. Julie's going to play the violin for us. Gentlemen, Mark, Don.
I could play Dream the Impossible Dream. That might be.
Thanks, Mark. Sorry, kind of a. I'll give it maybe another minute or two because that'll be 10 minutes. Sorry, I didn't say a time. I just was so excited to get up from my seat for a while. Thanks for your patience, Brenda. Wendy. Okay. Oh, and then he'll just cut it. Okay. Okay. It's been 10 minutes, folks, so I'm going to go ahead. Hope everybody finds their way back. We will reconvene this meeting at 8:19 p.m. We are on item 5.06, approval of distance learning grading guidelines. This is a briefing item. Superintendent Munoz?
Yes, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Brenda Wichman, Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction, to brief us on this agenda item.
Thank you for welcoming me back again tonight. So this conversation about grading is different than the Grading for Learning update that we had earlier. Two separate things, but we've thought many times that if we were farther in our journey of grading for learning, it would have made grading for learning during distance learning easier. So I do have a few slides that I want to share with you to just make sure that I include all of the things that I wanted to tell you. So, you know, we are all can flash back to March 15th, you know, that day that we got the
order from the governor that schools would be closing down, and initially we didn't know how long that was going to be for. So, we had the 8 days of planning, and we just were put into go, ready, set, and we talked to our teachers about focusing the most on their essential prioritized learning or their standards, what's most essential for every grade level, every course, the things that they hadn't taught yet. During that time, we learned a lot of new technology, and we very quickly deployed devices to our students. The secondary leaders right away said our kids have to have devices. And so that was really, I think on that Monday, we started to have that conversation. And then it didn't take long until elementary said, you know what, we're going to have that too. So there was just a lot of that work that was going on. And honestly, in the beginning days, when we separated for that time to take the week of spring break and then start distance learning at the end of the month, our number one priority was we were going to figure out how to keep connected to our students. That was of utmost concern. And when people were asking about grading in those initial days, we just said, focus on what's most important, keep connected to your kids, and we'll figure this out. We never said that, well, we're not going to grade anything, but we just said we can't make that decision right now. So in April, as we kind of got distance learning up and running, and honestly, the first week was really a lot of figuring out tech and connecting with kids. But we did start to look at what grading options were out there because, you could do anything. And in that time, we were consulting with our Big Nine and other Minnesota districts. There was a spreadsheet going all around what everybody was doing, so we were kind of keeping an eye on that. We reviewed the articles that I know you received with the update that we sent to staff. Joe Feldman, our Grading for Equity friend, wrote an article specific to grading during this time. John Hattie, who we're very familiar with, his Visible Learning, wrote about what grading should look like, and really not just grading, but what's most essential during this time. One thing that we were really waiting for, too, was guidelines from NCAA, because prior to this time, if a student took a pass, it transferred as a D, as in dog, on their transcript. And, we knew early on that we did not want to be doing anything that was going to have a long-term negative impact on our students. So we meet with the building leaders at least weekly, and we were having conversations all along with them about, what could we do, what the options were. We kind of landed on secondary a little bit easier. I know that's maybe counterintuitive, but we felt like we could figure elementary out because, we said at elementary, everybody's going to pass. We're not going to hold students back. So we had a little bit more time with secondary, so all of our principals talked at least to their leadership teams, and some of them talked about grading at all staff meetings. And so, there were teachers who raised some questions, but we didn't hear a big outcry that what we were thinking was going to harm our kids. And we've also been working a lot with Skyward support staff. We have to give a huge shout out to Lori Rennie and Cheryl Burt, because for elementary, we kind of ran into a little bit of a snag late in the game when we realized we were going to have to change. We might not be able to do what we wanted to do because we couldn't change the format of the report card. Once you start it and build it, you can't make huge changes. And we've already had two trimesters on there. So we've done a lot of work behind the scenes with Skyward support. So then in May, the guidance that we had been waiting for from MDE was released just on May 1st. And I think people were impatient, and I understand that, but kind of in the back of our minds, we were thinking, oh, maybe we should just wait for that MDE guidance. But they did tell us all along that what they released would be just guidance. And they said repeatedly in our weekly phone calls with the commissioner that grading is a local decision, but they would be providing guidance. So when they released that guidance, which again, we've included in the board packet, I'm not going to review that. I mean, it was really based on equity and do no harm. So very much in line with what we had been thinking. So immediately, again, we consulted with building leaders. By this time, time was no longer on our side. And so to have huge, lots of meetings with elementary teachers, we just, especially the secondary kids getting into May, really needed to know. Their stress level was high. Like, how am I going to be graded? So I did carve out a day and had some meetings with elementary teachers and was very appreciative for their feedback, because we did make some changes based on the small groups that we were able to meet with. And our leaders were very clear that they wanted it to be a district message that was sent to all staff, parent guardians, and secondary students. So then the guidance, we said, we want to hold kids harmless. They shouldn't receive a grade lower than those they were already on track to receive. We're not going to retain students based on distance learning, but graduating seniors will still need 24 credits to graduate. And then in there, we put the guidance that we got from MDE that we should put that message on transcripts and report cards. And so that is in the works. So the elementary, the report cards, like I said, we couldn't change them to just write distance learning because, there are a lot of different strands on there, and we won't be marking them on any of the social and emotional stuff, like can participate fully in class and pay attention, those kinds of things, where we've just graded those out on the report card. But we didn't want to say that everything would be not graded or just distance learning, because our teachers have been really committed to providing a high quality, equitable education, and they do have evidence that students are meeting some of the standards. When we think about exceeding, like an E is on an elementary report card, we didn't feel like that would just be trickier, because honestly, in a virtual environment, even when a student is submitting something on Google Classroom or Seesaw, is that truly the student's work? So we just wanted to, honor that we do know where some kids are at, not on everything, because we couldn't possibly do all of the same things distance learning that we could have done face to face. But so the MET not graded just means the teacher didn't get to it, and that's okay, we understand that. And then the DL is just distance learning. We just don't have enough evidence to know if the standard was met. And then teachers are going to continue to provide comments to reflect on student learning, and that will be all teachers, special area teachers, all of those. So secondary, it gets a little bit trickier, but again, we kind of roll back to when we were last face-to-face, saying that a student they could improve their grade, but we would do no harm. So students are earning an A, a B, a pass, or a no credit. And then A and B will impact the GPA, but the pass and the no credit, no. And also the same for class rank. If students are on track to earn a B and they're really going for that 4.0, they can request that they get a pass. And we're just asking that parents are notified of that. And our counselors and high school principals were really on board with doing that. And that might take a lot of phone calls and a lot of emails to know that. But the bottom line here is, and I'll reiterate this at the end, is if we get to the end and we get to June or August or next September and we say, oh, wait a minute, that grade doesn't really reflect what was happening during distance learning, it's okay, we're going to change it. Grades can be changed. But we're really going to try to not give a lot of no credits, and that comes in that do no harm. So if we're looking at no credit, that would be a meeting with the student, the teacher, counselor, administrator, maybe not all four in every time, but we would just want to make sure that that's the only option for that student. And then we had to look a little bit different for 7th and 8th grade because they have quarter classes and they wouldn't have much data on their kids when we went into distance learning. So no cumulative final exams. And that, students, high school students will earn course credit based on an A, a B, or a pass. A little bit more detail for honors classes. And again, that seniors needing 24 credits to graduate. So we said that we are going to collaborate with our schools, our teachers, our departments, and our teams to plan for this upcoming school year to determine what students might have missed, it will be missed in the spring of 2020. And so these revised grading practices have been put into place for the remainder of this academic year only. And we just want to say that, determining how to do this was something that required a lot of time, research, collaboration, feedback gathering. And we realized that our students and our parents are accustomed to our current grading system. And when they went to distance learning, they had already started the second semester in that A through F system. But we don't feel that we can have the same standards and expectations during this unexpected distance learning period because so many factors are not in our control. So what we have been doing to support our teachers is the curriculum and instruction staff, all of our, Kate and Heather and our IAs, they've got posted office hours that they communicate with teachers saying, hey, on Wednesday from 10 to 12, here's a Google Meet if you have a question. We have scheduled meetings too saying, we have K through 5 and then subject area PLC meetings ongoing through this time. So we're using that time to address questions. And because we can't efficiently put in grading guidance for over 18,000 students in a 1 or 2 page document, because you just get those unique circumstances that not all of that can be addressed in that. So we did provide additional documents for leaders and teachers. And if grades need to be changed to more accurately reflect student learning, we will do that. Our teachers are asking a lot of questions, and they are good questions because, like I said, there's those one-off things. So we're just working together collaboratively and involving our leaders to answer those questions as they come up. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and answer questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Wichman. I appreciate that and appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I'm sure, I don't know which you want to hear less, graduation or grading. I'm sure it's just going to be a trigger for a while. Yeah. Let's see. Let's start with Director Nathan. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Brenda. We've heard in both the grading for learning and in the distance learning grading, the term prioritize learning and standards. And can you just talk about that a little bit more? Is it something that teachers come up with? Is it a set of information just for people who might not know what those are?
Yeah, that's a good question. So in our core areas, in all of our grade levels and in our core areas, it has been a process that was started 4 or 5 years ago that, if you look at the standards for English, English 9. I mean, it's this big. You can't possibly highly monitor all of that. So teachers worked in grade levels and subject levels and said, it's all important, and we're going to do as much of it as we can, but what's really important? What are the most essential outcomes? So they've kind of prioritized what is most important. So the skills that have, not just, things you can Google, that would not be a prioritized learning, a standard that we'd want to highly monitor, but more like the skills that are transferable from grade level to grade level, and the just bigger things that kids need to learn than just something that they could look up.
Director Amundsen.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I think this seemed very well thought through and very realistic and very fair considering all the circumstances. And something you said during your presentation about the exceeding standards, in a way, just the fact that we're all persevering through all of this and recreating our educational experience, and students are doing their best to learn from home and parents are doing their best to help them. That's exceeding standards right there in my opinion. So I think it's a well thought through plan, and I'm wondering, I don't know if other districts, I mean, they're doing the same things that we're doing. I don't know if other districts have come out with similar plans, and if you've been able to see them. Are we very much within the range of what other districts are doing?
There are some districts that, not very many, and maybe smaller districts, rural, that stuck with an A through F system. And honestly, in doing the research that we did, I don't think that's ethical, because for no fault of their own, not everybody has equal access during this time. And so we just have to take that into account. I guess some districts added that I saw had an ABC pass, but to me that's just, that's great. We don't all have to be the same, but very much so in line with the Big 9 and with districts around the state.
Thank you. Board members, other questions? See anything in chat, or just unmute yourself and ask?
Can I just add that I know when the MDE guidance came out, it said you have to involve all of your stakeholders and your parents and everything. We said, it's May 1st. That's a really heavy lift. And our high school students were getting stressed about this. And our principals kept saying, we need a decision. Our kids need to know. So as we look ahead into what the fall could potentially look like, and we don't know, we have a little bit more time. And so we will be involving more stakeholders to talk about grading, pacing, all those kinds of things. So, these guidelines might stand the test of time. And if we don't come back face to face in the fall, we might have to tweak them a little bit. We're open to that, but we've already working on the plans how to get additional stakeholder input. We just didn't have time.
I see that Director Marvin has a question, but I'm going to sneak mine in here. You said these are in place for the academic year. Does that include summer school? Or is summer school sort of different beast?
Yeah, okay. Summer school, I guess, and my cabinet members jump in, but the only thing that would really be graded typically in summer school is the credit recovery.
Okay, thank you.
We don't like grade, yeah.
Okay, got it. Go ahead, Director Marvin.
Ms. Wichman, I really love it that the focus has been on, are kids engaged? Are they learning? Are they excited? Are they moving ahead? Do they understand that school and learning more is important? And, I think especially in this situation, a letter grade is the least important thing. And I really applaud the work you've done. And unless there are a number of other questions, I'd like to move this to action.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Marvin and seconded by Director Nathan to move this to action. And now we're going to roll call vote. Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Aye.
Linger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
It is now an action item. I think I can remember how to do this. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 does hereby approve the distance learning grading guidelines as presented.
Move approval. Dr. Nathan.
Second, Amundson.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Edgar?
Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Nathan? Ms. Nathan?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Schlusner?
Aye.
Chair Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fitchman. We're now up to 7.01, Rochester Public Schools Building Referendum Update. This is an information item. Thank you to our crew for hanging in there. I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent.
Yes, before I turn over to Scott, gentlemen, thank you for hanging on with us. Apologize that it's this late in the evening. But Scott Sheridan, Executive Director of Operations, and then we have our consultants also on this call as well. So Scott, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. This is the
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, we have a tradition there, don't we? This is the fourth update, referendum update, that we're providing to the board, as we had promised long ago that we would provide you a monthly update. And we still don't have any shovels in the ground, but it's going to be very soon in the next few weeks where we are going to start with the secure entries as kind of a kickoff projects. With me tonight, Kian McWaters from Knutson Construction, who are the construction manager agent for the majority of the projects that we're doing, and Kevin Holm from LHB, Kelly Martinez from LHB, and Jason Woodhouse from CRW are also here. And they're the architectural firm that was that's doing the designs on the four buildings. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Kian McWaters from Knutson Construction to take over.
Okay, good evening. I'm going to try to share my screen here. Can everybody see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I will try to be very brief with my update that you're used to getting so we can let Kevin and his team get into the presentation for schematic design. But we have the master schedule here showing a brief snapshot on where we're at. So the four new schools are all in different stages of design. Kevin will provide a little more detail on that with his presentation tonight. The secure entrances design is complete, and as Scott mentioned, that would be our first projects that we actually break ground, if you will. And we actually did that yesterday on several of the sites. So we're getting in about 3 weeks earlier than what we had originally planned to do, which is great, especially in these uncertain times, but we will not be taking the foot off the gas. We're going to try to get these wrapped up as quickly as possible and get your buildings back over to you. The pool projects, just a reminder from last time, we put a halt on the design until we get a little farther in the design process of the new school, so we can maybe start to shift contingency dollars around to help cover some additional things on those projects. And lastly on this schedule, the auditorium renovations design is complete, and Scott and his team will be bringing bids forward to you later tonight. So as we move into this update, the 2019 new elementary school is now what we're calling the Northwest Elementary, or Schmidt Park, we've referred to it as before. So I think we've landed on a name now, and we're going to try to keep that consistent going forward. The budget you see of $33.8 million is based on the design that Kevin's going to be presenting to you tonight, and that is roughly $340,000 over the approved referendum amount. However, that does include a 5% contingency of $1.2 million. If you reduce that contingency to zero, you would be roughly $900,000 under budget, actually. So we're very happy with where we're at, and I think after Kevin presents to you, you're going to be very happy with the building that you're getting for that budget. Schedule-wise, we are right on track, and we're actually going to be set to put the first bid package out at the end of June, and that will include the site work, site utilities, core and shell, which is the exterior walls and the interior structural columns. Moving down, well, before I move on, I want to highlight the May 12th meeting, which was the variance hearing to get a second entrance to that school, which would be the bus entrance. I won't steal Kevin's thunder, as I'm sure that's part of his presentation, but that meeting was favorable. We're not necessarily there completely yet, but he'll talk you through what that means. Moving down to the middle school, the budget is unchanged from the referendum amount at this point. In the last week, we have received some concept plans from LHB and CRW that we'll be putting a budget to make sure we're in line before they continue down that design. And we are still tracking roughly 2 to 4 weeks behind. But after last night's design committee meeting, I think we received a lot of good feedback from that group, and if I had made this spreadsheet today, I probably would have updated that to be within 2 weeks, because I think we have a really good plan moving forward. Kevin, would you agree with that?
Yes, and you've completely stolen my thunder now.
Sorry. A couple updates from the last month and the upcoming month. On May 27th, we'll have the Planning Commission annexation meeting, and that's the final step before the annexation of the 65th Street site moves forward to the City Council. And on June 3rd, we'll be having the public and staff presentations where they are given the option to provide feedback on the designs, and the final design committee meeting will happen on June 15th. Moving down to Longfellow, I have no change to the budget at this point. Schedule is tracking right where it needs to be. One thing to highlight for the next month, on June 2nd, we'll be having the park board meeting where they will be reviewing the proposal for the land swap. That's really a big milestone in the design process. It'll hopefully give LHB and CRW a clean slate for design. And then that first design meeting is scheduled for July 14th. The Harriet Bishop School, again, the budget is unchanged. Schedule is tracking nicely. In May, we had the first design committee meeting, and that committee landed on a concept design that they all really liked, and we're planning to move forward with. The second design committee meeting will happen next Tuesday. That's bold and italicized like it's already happened, but that is a typo on my part, so I apologize. And then I want to just point out that we have added an additional meeting to this project. On June 3rd, we'll be providing an opportunity for the Harriet Bishop staff to review the designs and provide their feedback before we take it to the public and the all-staff meeting on June 17th. And then the final design meeting is scheduled for June 22nd. The pool projects, no change from last time. Security upgrades, we are still tracking on budget, and we are right on schedule. We're only 2 days in. I don't anticipate that we'll have any issues with that project. And then lastly, the auditorium renovations, bids came back at 2.1 million. Schedule's right where it needs to be, and I know those contractors are going to be eager to get started as soon as they're able. So overall, that puts us at $182.5 million. The approved referendum amount was 180.9, putting us at $1.6 million over budget. That does include a total contingency across all of the projects of 8.6 million. So based on where we sit on design right now, I think we're in a very, very good spot. And we'll need to continue to make careful decisions on needs versus wants as these designs continue to evolve. With that, before I turn it over to Kevin, I will open it up for questions if there's any on any of this.
Board members, anything for Keen right now? Director Nathan.
Sorry. Keen, when I look at the middle school dates, it says that there was a staff public presentation on the 4th. That didn't happen, did it, on May?
That did not happen. That was pushed out into June.
Okay. I just want to make sure my memory wasn't, well, it's gone, but whatever.
Our hope was that we would be able to do that in person, and it does not appear that we will be able to.
Okay.
Anything else for Keen before we head to Kevin? We know you're not going anywhere, so we can always come back to you. Kevin, are you ready?
I am. So hopefully everybody can see my screen now, or we'll be able to shortly. Of course, it's not going into presentation mode, so try that one more time. There we go. All right, so just real quick, it's an informational update and then a schematic design presentation of the 2019 elementary school. Our hope originally, pre-quarantine, was to be able to come in with virtual reality before the school board meeting, so you could have actually walked through the building with a little Xbox remote. We're going to have to settle for a external animation fly around at the end to try and satisfy that appetite a little bit. But we'll go through the other 3 buildings first, and then we'll finish with the elementary school design. Feel free to jump in at any time with questions. So I think at a time like this, it's always important to take a look at some of the goal setting and the way we thought the building should feel. You see a lot of the words there: bright, inviting, safe, welcoming, warm, open, healthy, clean, community, functional, light. So a lot of those themes came through and repeated themselves with all of the groups. This is a combination of all of those groups in their goal setting process and the way they felt the building should be as you approach it. So real quick, a lot of this stuff Keen covered already. So Longfellow is the last project, and so I'm starting with that first because it's the least amount to say about it. Park Board will vote on June 2nd, as Keen indicated, on the property swap. The image that's up there is the graphic image that we used during the referendum process. So no real work has been done on that other than to set the space program for the building so we know exactly which rooms and spaces are in there, and that'll be finalized by the end of June so that on July 13th we can do the kickoff. Hopefully we'll be able to do the block process again with the group. If not, we've kind of developed a process to get concept ideas out there for them to react to. Next building, the Bishop facility, we did have the design kickoff meeting where we provided 4 design options for them to look at and react to. The option that you see on there is the option that was selected with modifications. So we're currently working through those modifications, and we'll be meeting with them on May 26th to present those modifications to them and allow them to react and provide additional feedback. One of the other elements on this is trying to decide if the best way to look at a second access road to the building, and we've been working through that process with some of the property owners and some of the possibilities and options there. Middle school site, the 65th Street site is going through the due diligence portion right now. So we've done a wetland investigation. The way the building is currently positioned and situated, we would not be impacting any wetlands long term. There may be some construction impacts, but that is very easy to deal with. So there is going to be no wetland mitigation requirements for this site, which is great news. Soil borings have been scheduled and I believe have occurred. We just don't have the information back yet, as well as survey. We've met with city staff. We've met with the township a little bit just because we need to make sure we can get a building permit, and to do that we need to get an address. So this site still has to go through the full annexation process with the city. We're just trying to make sure we cover all the bases so that things can continue forward with it. As Keen indicated, we are a little bit behind where we'd like to be, but we are making good progress. Not to address too much of the design piece, but the design selection that was selected, or the design that was selected, was done so because it does break the building up into 6 sections. And when I say that, there's 6 pods in 2 different wings at 3 levels each. So what that means is you could do 2 schools of 600, you could do 3 schools of 400, you could do all the grade on each level for the 3 levels. So you have multiple ways to break this up. It's a very flexible building for the way you want to deliver the curriculum. And of course, the other piece to it is we're making sure that it will work as a community access and a community facility as well. The 2019 elementary schematic design. So the schematic design, if you remember right, we talked about the fact that we would come back and do kind of a deep dive at schematic design, design development, and then construction documents. So this is that first deep dive of the first of the 4 projects. The site plan that you see up there does incorporate the northwest entry off of 23rd and Granite Drive, which is the variance that Keen just indicated. That variance has been approved by planning and zoning, but does still need to be approved by city engineering in order for it to be fully in effect. That was one of the conditions of the approval. So we are continuing our conversations with city engineering about that access point. The nice piece about that is it does provide a much safer route to the buildings, and we are in the process of engaging Safe Routes to School folks from your district, both for this building as well as the other 3 buildings. So that kickoff meeting will happen in the next week to 2 weeks to start to engage all those options. So the building that you see, the building is the white spot in the middle. We do show 2 different playgrounds for the different age groups, as well as a large play field, and the bus loop doubles as a hard surface play area. So trying to reduce the amount of pavement that you have to both create first cost and then maintain long term. Buses are only there for a short period each day, and so being able to use that during recess and for Phi-Ed we feel is critical, and so did the design committee. The service vehicles and the parent pickup and drop off will happen on the east side. So if you look at the northeast corner or the upper right hand corner of the site, that is the entry for parents and visitors to come in. I'll talk a little bit more about the building when we're in there. You'll see some of the other sidewalks. A lot of those other doors are egress requirements to make sure that you always have 2 means of egress out of the building, and that you can do it in the maximum code requirement, or meet the maximum code requirement of travel distance. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as well to the building. The service is off of the southwest corner, which is kind of that pavement section in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. And that is designed so that those delivery vehicles do not have to go through the hard surface play area during the daytime. So we've completely separated the traffic. You'll also notice that there is a green gap, I'll call it, or a sidewalk that can come up from the south. So any students walking from the south, the southeast, the southwest, or even the west would be able to access this building without having to cross a road. The main intent for safety on a site is making sure that once a student has reached the school site, they do not have to cross a vehicle path, and that we don't have a shortcut that crosses a vehicle path, because students do understand that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So we do everything we can to make sure that that doesn't happen. You will see a couple of storm ponds on the site on the east side and the southeast side, or the lower right-hand corner. Those are required to deal with the stormwater from the site, so all the impervious surfaces, the roof and the pavements, would go to those areas, be held temporarily for sediment to drain out, and then it would be slowly released from the site. So that is a stormwater requirement of the city. This is the first floor plan of the building. And when we've met with the other folks, we've been able to zoom in really close. For today's meeting, I'm going to talk more big picture here. You can see the color coding on the right-hand side of the page. Effectively, what we have is a 2-story educational structure. We have 3 educational wings. You can see kindergarten, denoted by the K in the upper left-hand corner, first grade in the upper right-hand corner, and second grade in the lower right-hand corner. Each one of those spaces has a group learn space. On the school tours, people saw those in each one of the buildings, and they saw a definite value to that. So in those group learn spaces, you will see a combination of tables and chairs, soft seating, other methods of learning for students that have different approaches to it. It is a breakout space from the classrooms. The classrooms are designed to be basically at the district standard or slightly larger from a square footage standpoint. And so the group learn space just adds to that ability for small group and kind of team teaching if 2 teachers decided to get together out in that large space. This is a building that has a, I'll call it a specialty program of both DCD and EBD for those students. And so you'll see DCD right in the middle of the building, the dark green area, which is very centrally located and easily accessible for handicapped students. Art and music are also in that main floor. So when you look at this building and you come into it from the southeast corner, you have access to the cafeteria, to the gym, to music and art, all on the main floor. All those spaces were included as priorities for community use, as well as the media center, which is on the second floor and can also be used. I'll talk a little bit more about safety and security later in the presentation here. The office area is the brown area at the bottom, with building services and kitchen directly to the left of that. The large blue space on the left-hand side is the gymnasium. So when we talk about the site plan relative to the building plan, we have 2 main entries that will happen in the morning. One is the southeast corner, or the bottom right by the administration. So that is where the parent pickup and drop off is. Those are the only doors that will be unlocked once school has started. So you'll be able to come in. The exterior set of doors to the vestibule, the interior set of doors will be locked. Any individual coming in will have to sign in at the main office in order to gain access to the building. The little vestibule on the northwest corner is where the bus students will enter. It is also the entry and the exit for recess going out to the playground areas. On the second floor, you can see the media center, dead center in the building. You can also see the grade wings, or the grades are separated with 5th, 4th, and 3rd. Here you'll see the EBD specialty in the northwest wing, 2 rooms grouped together with supporting spaces around it. Distributed throughout the space are small, I'll call them office/educational spaces for social workers, psychologists, math specialists, reading specialists. And so those are distributed throughout the building, as well as flex rooms or small group rooms for those individuals to have a breakout or a pull-out session for a student or a small group of students in each one of the wings. So we're, again, trying to make sure we achieve multiple types of spaces for learning to occur, both small individual or small group, as well as large group in addition to the standard classroom approach. So this is the safe and secure plan. The image on the right-hand side kind of shows that main office area. One of the first and foremost pieces when you talk about safety and security from the idea of individuals approaching the building is making sure that you have time to see them walk to the building from their vehicle or from where they've parked to the area. So we have multiple eyes on the parking lot from the principal, assistant principals, as well as the office staff. Once at the door, they have to be buzzed to be let in. We can assess it at that point, and then again, they have to check in at the reception desk to make it into the rest of the building. So that is kind of that first series of observation and control. Once inside the building, they do have access to the main core. You'll see some red lines at the face of each wing. That is actually where there is a set of doors that has two functions. One function is evening hours. Those doors are closed and locked, and now you don't have your entire building open during community use. And so you're able to close down large portions of the building where the cleaning can happen, or if it's already happened, you don't have to worry about it getting dirty again. In the case of an intruder or a situation where you might want to lock things down, a simple press of a button behind the desk will release those doors so that they close and will automatically lock. So that happens on both floors, meaning that once that happens, each one of those wings is completely separated from the rest of the building. The other big piece to this is, it originally started as fire code, but it still tracks through with safety and egress. There are always two means of egress from any space. So even if those doors close, if there is somebody in one of those wings, you're easily able to leave out through the red line of those doors because it has panic hardware, or through the far end of the wing. So always making sure that individuals have two means of egress, both for fire and other versions. One other safety and security piece that I will add is the gymnasiums in buildings have become what's known as a storm shelter. As of March 1st, a new code was implemented or was approved by the state of Minnesota. What that means is that box of the gymnasium has to be able to hold all of the students and the staff within it, and it has to be able to withstand winds of 250 miles an hour. That's the equivalent of a direct hit of a level 4 tornado. So that is something that has just been instituted, like I said, as of March 1st. It is creating some design problems or design opportunities for us to try and figure out. And it's also affecting the construction cost of all of the buildings. But we have found some pretty good approaches to make sure that can happen in all facilities. One of the other pieces associated with it is, besides just the standard facility for people to be in, they also have to have access to water. So they do have access to the public toilets, and there would be a storm shutter that would go down the back of those public toilets to make sure that those toilets then also meet those design requirements. So just one of the changes that designers haven't had to deal with and contractors haven't had to deal with over the past years as school designs. So the next images are kind of still images of what the building might look like. This is looking from the southeast. So that is the main entry just to the west of the flower bed. On this image, you can start to see some of the window sizings as well as overhangs on the building. So again, if you go back to how should the building feel, light, bright, warm, welcoming, the windows definitely lend itself to that. The windows will have shading on them to reduce the solar heat gain, but still make sure that we're working on proper daylighting within the classrooms. One of the biggest issues with daylighting is contrast and glare. So making sure that we can control both of those elements, hence the light shelves that you see on the south side to knock down the southern sun and also reflect it up off of the ceiling and deeper into the classroom. Some of the other features that you'll see is the cafeteria is the portion just above the entry and to the left. So we have what's called clear story glass there, which is high glass. That brings daylight further into the space. And so even the center of this building will have glass and daylighting within it. As we look at some of the other images here, those corner glazed areas are actually the ends of the group learn spaces. So again, not just the classrooms, but even those large group spaces outside of the classrooms have natural daylight penetrating into them, as well as above the locker bays. Within the space itself, we have windows from the classrooms into those group learns, which means that staff can control those spaces if they have students out there working in them. And even if they don't have students out there working in them, we have what we call passive observation. So now there's more eyes on all of the locations within the building. Passive observation is one of the key components to reducing some of the, what I would call adverse student behavior. And some of that adverse student behavior has been shown to lead to some of the tragedies that we've had in schools. So anytime we can try and reduce those elements, is a win for the district and the students. Some of the other pieces that you'll see or that you won't see in the building are the mechanical systems and some of the other sustainable features of the facility. So a lot of the overhangs, like we said, are working on reducing the direct sun into the spaces. When we talk about the ventilation system, it's what's called displacement ventilation or thermal displacement. And the concept there is to provide cool air down low and exhaust the warm air. The systems that are being provided for you are actually 100% fresh air. We developed this system a few years ago. We are the only firm I know of that is doing it. What it's providing is full humidity control. It is providing the ability to provide 63-degree air temperature, even on the warmest days. And it exhausts the air off of the top of the space. So any of the, we'll call it contaminated air or heated air, comes off the top of the space. As I indicated, it is 100% fresh air, and it goes through a energy core instead of an energy wheel. Normally I'd do a little bit of conversation on this, but again, based on the era that we're in right now, this system was originally, it's been used in Europe for 40 plus years. Over here, the prime benefits I see from an educational standpoint is it's extremely quiet. Occasionally you'll get teachers that claim that they don't have any air until you hold a tissue in front of it, and then the tissue will show that the airflow is happening. And that's because it's very large diffusers that allow the air basically to fall out of it to spread across the floor. The next item is it takes very low fan power to move the air, so it's much more energy efficient. You're providing the air where the students are instead of up high and mixing all the air in the classroom. And then the biggest piece right now is we used to sell it that it was going to reduce flu and sick days based on the fact that it was 100% fresh air. Now with the current environment that we're in, making sure that you have 100% fresh air and that you're not mixing any air within the classroom or distributing any air from one classroom to another is kind of critical. When we talk about the energy core versus the energy wheels transfer humidity, which is good in the wintertime, with the exception that with that humidity, it can also transfer viral. So with the core, you don't have that. And so you have a complete separation of the exhaust air from the incoming air, but the vast majority of the energy conservation and heat transfer still occurs. That factors directly into the IEQ or indoor environmental quality. So we've talked about daylight, we've talked about quiet or making sure that you don't hear the mechanical systems. The air quality, besides the 100% fresh air mix, will also have CO2 or carbon dioxide controls. CO2 is a direct factor in alertness for students. So again, now when you're talking about testing your learning, you have good daylight, which contributes to alertness, and we have low CO2 or controlled CO2 levels, which also relates directly to student performance. Going into some of the other images and pieces of the building, This is from the bus loop, so you can start to see that hard surface play area. The golden tones on the ground is where there would be playgrounds. Again, 2 separate playgrounds for the age groups. And then straight away in the middle of the picture, or just slightly right of middle, is the bus entry and or the playground access and exit. This is a little bit more of an aerial view from out by the Granite Drive, Overland Drive connection. We were able to save the grove of trees that's out there. So if you're familiar with the site, there is a small grouping of mature trees, and we will be able to save that. We'll cut out a large amount of the underbrush so that it's visually controlled and open and usable. But we felt that it was critical, and so did the design team, to save those trees. I think I've touched on most of the benefits of the system. One thing I didn't touch on was we are looking at geothermal and doing some additional soil borings to investigate the ability to use that. That is not in the current budget, but we are tracking it as a possible alternate and or inclusion in the base budget. This is a quick schedule of some of the upcoming meetings relative to Bishop and middle school. And then we'll be back doing this type of a deep dive on the middle school in a mere short 2 months. So at this point, I'll open it up to questions while I play the exterior animation. So right now the road directly below you is Overland. The road that you're coming in on is the entry road to the district, or excuse me, to the building. So here you can start to see those window shades, how they're shading the bottom portion of the windows, and providing a shadow line that even hits the sill. This would be the main entry to the building from the parent drop-off. So you'd be right in the car lane here. That tan area in the middle is the media center up top, and then the DCD art and music rooms on the lower level. Some other items to the building efficiency. It is what we would call a high thermal mass building, which means that both the walls and the floor systems have a very high density or weight in the form of the concrete construction that they're intended to be built out of. What that means is that high thermal mass helps you deal with temperature swings. And so when you think about a building being occupied for, in most cases with an elementary school, 8 to 10 hours a day, as the students come in, their bodies are gonna wanna heat up the building, and the thermal mass will kind of help temper that so that you don't have to use as much mechanical energy to keep it cool. And then same thing happens in the wintertime, where it'll hold its heat from those students through the night a little bit longer so that you're not kind of moving up and down with the drastic temperature changes that we can have on the outside in Minnesota. The one thing this image doesn't have is it doesn't show some of the topography. There is a fair amount of topography on this site, and so the next rendering or animations that you see will actually have the accurate roll and slope of the hills and some of the drainage and those types of things as well.
Pretty cool, Kevin. Are you ready for some questions?
I am.
Okay, we're gonna do Director Workman, Amundsen, Nathan.
I'm getting echo. So I have a question. I was looking at the floor plan design earlier and trying to blow it up and see, and some things weren't totally clear to me. One of the things the board had talked about in our meeting was the importance to us of having gender neutral bathrooms. Is that what's included here? Do the walls go all the way from the top to the bottom, or is there a boys bathroom, girls bathroom? I saw the wash basins outside, what looked like outside, but if you could elaborate on that a little bit, I would be happy.
We can't hear you, Kevin.
Thanks, Scott. Sorry about that.
Yep.
So hopefully everybody's okay with this version, but each one of those red areas is the student bathroom area. And the original intent was that it was going to be full gender neutral with 1 handicap stall and 7 standard stalls. What we came across speaking with code officials is there are buildings out there that have full gender neutral, and with this new code update and the current interpretation of the code, to go full gender neutral, we would have to have a sink in each one of those locations where there's a toilet stall. So we are going to apply for a variance to do full gender neutral, but at this time what we've shown is a very simple separation point and the ability that in the future it will be able to be converted to a full gender neutral. So as of right now, it will have to open with a boys side and a girls side where each stall is all identical. In the future, or maybe even before the building opens, hopefully we'll be able to pull this wall out and allow it to be a gender neutral with the wash stations directly adjacent. So if we're not able to do it full gender neutral from the start, it will be able to be converted to that very quickly and easily at very low cost.
Thank you.
Yep.
Alyssa?
It's a very exciting time to be able to see these initial designs, and I can't wait until we can actually walk through the buildings. But while we were having our school board goal setting session, I'm trying to remember back to some of the things that were our priorities. We discussed energy efficiency, and I love hearing you talk about the geothermal and all the other features and the fresh air and all that. My very, very limited knowledge is that the more exterior walls you have, the more it's going to cost to heat and cool a building. And with this design with the wings, I think that increases the exterior walls, but for good reason. I mean, you've explained to us why it's designed like that. So I'm curious if you were to rate the energy efficiency of this type of design on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most possibly efficient building, which I assume would be essentially a square. How would you rate this kind of a design with wings?
So in actuality, a square would not be the most energy efficient.
Okay.
And that's partially because of daylighting. Now with LED, the cost of lighting has gone down significantly, so it's not as critical as it was in the past. But from a standpoint of building loss versus ventilation, heat loss, and heat cooling, those are really the critical elements. The other piece that we talked about a lot in our design team meetings is making sure we talk about what we call long east-west axes. So making sure that the building opens itself to north and south light and reduces itself to the east and west facing windows. So if you look at 2/3 of the classrooms are facing the north, and that is to make sure that they get that north light, which doesn't have the direct sunlight that can affect education. It doesn't have the solar heat gain that can drive up the energy and cooling costs. So the most energy efficient building would be a building that's a rectangle in the east-west direction focusing on a northern side daylighting. So we've kind of created 3 rectangles to try and achieve that. And then of course the gymnasium doesn't have any glazing, and the other areas where we do have glazing in the south, we're trying to protect it with shading devices.
So would you call this a 10 out of 10 under the restrictions of the land that we are dealing with?
I think that would be a really biased answer from me, but yeah. That's the goal, is to make sure that we're approaching that. You know, the glass at the stairwells on the end is that's some east and west facing glass, so that's not the best. But again, we rely on the shading of the glazing to make sure we reduce the heat gain there and still allow the light to penetrate. And that's where we start to focus on the health and the well-being and the warmth and the comfort level of the spaces. One of the things that I didn't point out that I missed was we do have some windows above the gym roof that come into this area, and then we have this hole cut out of the floor. So even in the center of the building, we're bringing daylight. If you talk about human nature and the way they are in a building, there's a strong connection to how we perceive a space because of direct light or natural light coming into a space, so we can feel and see the ebb and flow of the sun and that type of thing. So whether you call it circadian rhythm or whether you call it kind of the first steps of biophilia before you actually get the plants in there, it's kind of that crossover to make sure that you have that personal health and well-being to go along with the energy efficiency.
So the Longfellow building is looking more like that long rectangular design, and of course we're very restricted in our land use there, but would you call that optimized as well? It doesn't have the wing so much, but it's facing the right direction and everything?
Yep, so that is one of the reasons why it's shown that way. If you think back to the Longfellow building, we originally were offered or talked about a piece that was more north-south, and we went through the conversations with the park board to change the piece of property and rotate it so that it was more of an east-west property, so we could do a proper orientation of the building. So that is another benefit to that land swap over just using the existing site that the existing Longfellow is on.
One other question from our design goal setting meeting was parking lot space. I know this is a minor detail in the large scheme of things, but I'm not very good at eyeballing. So the amount of parking that's provided for the building, how does that compare to our existing school sites and the parking lots, like a per student basis or whatever?
So the existing parking on the southeast side is sized based on the larger lots that you have from the standpoint of Gibbs and Gage. The bus parking on the left-hand side would also work for event parking, and we've identified that in the variance. So on parent-teacher nights, conferences, for any type of concerts or events that you're having at the building, they would be able to use that west lot to park as well. So you're going to be well over 200 vehicles that you would be able to park here for event days and those types of things.
Beautiful, thank you.
Kathy?
Hi. So help me read the design on the second floor when it says that the gymnasium is open to the floor below. Is that wide open? Is there walls? Is there windows?
The gym is a fully enclosed space. When it says open to below, that just means that there's not a floor at second floor. So that means it's a 2-story volume. When you get down to the open to the cafeteria below, there is a section that is open. So this is a main stair, a grand stair that cascades down towards the main entry, but this would be an open railing. So there is some openness here, but for the most part, this is just exterior wall and glazing to bring natural daylight into that space.
Okay. And I have one more on the safety and security. You talked about the first floor and how that could all be locked down. What about access to the second floor, and is there any zoning on the second floor too?
So the second floor has this same set of doors because it's basically a symmetrical plan or a duplicated plan vertically. So you can see there's a set of doors here, a set of doors here, and a set of doors here. So those doors would also be on that same control piece. So each one of the wings will be separated on the upper level as well.
And is there any control from the first floor to the second floor?
There is not currently. This stair would allow you to go up and down between the two floors.
Thanks.
Yep.
Anything else, board members? Julie, I see your hand up, but I'm not sure if that was from earlier. Thank you. I think I'll just, if I don't see anything else from board members, just express thanks and appreciation as always for detailed updates. Thank you for looking out for some of the things that we as if we knew you would, right? The energy efficiency, gender neutral bathrooms, things like that. As Keen said, the additional meeting with Harriet Bishop's staff. I know we're going back one building, but I think that's appreciated too. Looks like Director Nathan has one more question.
Just one more. Can we make that very cool video available to the public?
Yes. Yep. I just got to figure out how to get the link to Heather. We were messaging earlier today to try and figure out the best way to. It's a 1.2 gigabyte file, so you got to figure out if we're going to put it on YouTube or what type of methodology we have to do so that she can share that with on the site, school
Great.
site.
Thanks.
Yep.
Anything else, Mr. Sheridan, and from you or anybody on your team?
Nope, nothing from us.
Okay, I guess we'll see you next time then.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Board members, we will move on to item 7.02, approval of bids and costs for updating 3 high school auditoriums. This is a briefing item. Superintendent Munoz.
Yes, at this time I'm going to turn it over to Scott Sheridan, Executive Director of Operations, to brief us on this agenda item.
Good evening again, board members. I have with me as well Bill Burt, the Coordinator of Construction Services, to sit with me on this. As you know, this is a briefing for the approval of bids and costs for updating the 3 high school auditoriums. The voter-approved referendum from November of 2019 includes improvements and upgrades to the auditoriums at John Marshall, Mayo, and Century High School. And these upgrades include new theatrical and house LED lighting, dimmer racks, updated lighting controls, sound system, sound controls, wireless intercoms, and assisted living or listening systems, along with new projectors and screens. The overall budget that was assigned to these 3 projects at the beginning, prior to seeking bids, was $2,140,000, $799. So we hired DLR Architects. We put out a bid for services for architects, and DLR was the low bid, and so they were selected for the audit to do the design. Their design fee is about $120,000. They went through and they designed all 3 auditoriums, getting input from those that use the auditorium, the staff that use it. They had a lot of meetings with them, so they had a lot of input from each of the sites in the design and needs of the auditoriums. Our initial intent for this was to try to make it consistent throughout all 3 of them, so that if a group from John Marshall who uses the system there could go to Mayo and use the system, because they'd be familiar with it, and it's the same system. So that was our intent with this when we gave direction to DLR to design it. On April 27th, we put out a request for bids. for the project. And on May 13th, the bids were due back. When we got the bids back, we received one bid, and that was from Egan Companies in the amount of $1,814,000. Now, Egan also offered us 4 different alternates to decide upon. Alternate 1 was for sound playback computers at each of the site for a total amount of $12,750. This allows the presenters to have a centralized source instead of having to consistently put CDs in to run a production. They could put it all on this one playback system and run it from the control center, which makes things go very smoothly. And that dollar amount, a total of $12,750, includes that sound system. That's for one for each of the 3 buildings, a total. Alternate 2 was for a wireless intercom system for a total amount of $20,650 to do all 3 schools. This wireless intercom is wireless. And currently, the system that they have for intercom, where the house wants to talk to the people down on the floor, then they have to have plug into the wall in various locations wearing a headset in order to hear. This wireless system would allow, obviously, those that are involved in the production to free flow throughout the presentation, not have to find that plug-in in the wall. Alternate 3 was the sound system upgrade at John Marshall in the amount of $86,000. As you know, 2 years ago there was a donated system from a church group who upgraded the system in the auditorium. The $86,400 would be to pull some of that system out and upgrade it. It was our opinion that we didn't want to go with this particular alternate because the system that was donated to us is still functioning just fine. It's something that we can keep in our back pocket if we need to for the future. And then alternate 4 was a compilation, a long list of different things to select from as far as lighting components that Egan offered up. The whole total, if we would select them all, was about $170,000, but we went through each of them individually and selected what we felt were the best for all 3 of our schools, and came up with a total of $68,922 that we selected off that laundry list of lighting items. So as we go through this, that we have the base bid. We'd like to accept alternate 1. We'd like to accept alternate 2. We do not want to accept alternate 3, and we'd want to accept $68,922 of alternate 4. And so when you add all that up, it's $1,916,322. And that's what we're asking for you to approve tonight. I just want to reiterate that there is some more costs involved here that will be added into this project. The design fee, like I said, some builder's risk, some insurance things, and potential commissioning, which could, in the estimate, bring it up to about $2.1 million. And if you'll note, that's still below what the original estimated budget was by about $35,000. So we're doing pretty good on this project. It is under budget, and so that's what we're here to ask the board to approve that portion of the project at $1.9 million.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Can you make sure that the resolution is written correctly? Because I think I got confused between the acceptance of alternate 3 and alternate 4. So either I misheard you, or you misspoke, or perhaps there's an error in the resolution. So
yes, I see that now.
Okay.
If you give me a minute to review
Yep.
it, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, sure.
Bill, do you happen to have your calculator out?
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
What did I miss there, Bill?
Ooh. What's it not adding up to? Or I guess I don't see the resolution, so I'm not sure what the issue.
Scott, would you like us to recess for 2 minutes so that you can just double check?
That would be great. Thank you.
All right. We will go into recess for 2 minutes at 9:40 p.m.
Scott, is it a timeline issue that you need it approved tonight, or can it be approved at our June 2nd meeting?
Bill, what's your opinion on that? Are they waiting to go on it? There is a timeline on this one.
Yes.
Could my suggestion then could perhaps you and Wendy connect via phone and then just make those updates? Does that work for you, Wendy? Does that work for you, Scott?
Yeah, the only thing we need changed is in the recommendation and resolution, instead of alternate 3, it's alternate 4. That's it.
That's the only thing?
Yes, the numbers are correct.
Okay. Did you get that, Wendy? No. Okay. Wendy got kicked out of board docs, so she's got to go back in and just make that change. And if we make it now, then it'll be all good because we haven't finished the item. So.
Okay. I apologize for the delay.
That's okay.
Yes, if it could be approved tonight, it would help with submittals of shop drawings, and so they could hit the floor running when school's out, or possibly sooner.
And there is some concern about getting it completed on time, too.
Scott, can you tell me those changes again, please?
I sure can. In the recommendation, change where it says alternate 3, just change that to alternate 4.
Perfect.
And then the same for the resolution.
Oh, real easy. Thank you. It's all done. You can refresh your board docs and you'll get it.
All right. We are reconvened at 9:44, and we will start with a question from Director Schlusner.
Hello. Usual question. You're comfortable with the single bid for this project?
Well, yes. There's been other projects where we've had only one bid. To be honest, there was a second bid that came in about 5 minutes late, which by state law we couldn't open. So technically there could have been 2, but we ended up with 1.
So long as you're comfortable with one bid, I'm good with that.
Yeah, actually, Egan is a very reputable company. They're actually the private or the contractor that we use for our electrical needs right now, that they're under contract with the district. So I don't have any concern with utilizing them.
Okay.
Director Barlow, question?
Yes. Thanks for the presentation, Scott. Quick question regarding parity as it relates to JM. With the decision to not add the changes, will the JM system, even though it's still operationally as efficient or technologically current as the systems at Mayo and Century?
Bill, do you want to answer that?
Sure.
Okay.
The sound system upgrades at JM, what they're talking about was just replacing the speakers that were purchased with the church grant, if you want to call it that. But like what I call the front end, the controls, the amps, and all that stuff, they will be replaced to be just like the other two high schools. So if you go from one school to the other school, you wouldn't know the difference. They are re-aiming some of the speakers to better cover the auditorium. So the only difference would be the brand of speaker that's hanging on the wall.
And
okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'd also add that they're new. This money would just given to us this school year to put new speakers in John Marshall.
Okay, thank you.
Director Nathan?
Would the what's the project time frame?
They want to get started right away so they can get done prior to start of school in the fall.
We actually have them finishing before the week the teachers come back, so the auditorium should be able to be used for that teacher workshop meetings.
Good, thanks.
Move to action, Marvin.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on moving this to action? Hearing none. Ms. Edgar?
Ms. Amundsen?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Marvin?
Aye.
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 Chair Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
It's now an action item. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 approve the base bid from Egan Companies in the amount of $1,814,000 and alternative 1 and 2 and part of alternative 4 in the amount of $102,322 for total bid amount of $1,916,322 for the high school auditorium upgrades at John Marshall, Mayo, and Century High Schools.
Move approval, Nathan.
Second, Workman.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Edgar?
Ms. Amundsen?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Mr. Schussner?
Aye.
Chair Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan and Mr. Burt.
Thank you for allowing us to make that change. I apologize for the mistake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7.03 is closed session negotiations. Pursuant to Minnesota Statute Section 13D.03 Subdivision 1, I move to go into closed session to discuss labor negotiations. May I have a second?
Second, Amundson.
Been moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson,
Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
Mr. Slusner,
Aye.
Chair Salomon,
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
We will adjourn. No, recess. Forgetting my words. We will recess at 9:50 to go into closed session. 1:39 p.m. And I have to find an agenda. Where's my computer shut off? 8.01 future discussions. This is an information item. Board members, we have our running list, and as I let you know this week, we're working on scheduling some of the things that are on this list. Is there anything else? I know there's something somebody said last week that's not on here. Oh, it's budget. It's on my other list, but it's not on this list. So right now we have data needs, school board listening posts, legislative committee, school board compensation, and budget process. Anything else, board members?
Deborah, this is an old note, but after our school board self-evaluation,
yeah,
I think you had said that we were going to get some notes in the meeting, and I don't know, do we have any other follow-up to do from that meeting? Because everything kind of went to seed after that meeting.
Yes, and that's on a different list somewhere on my desk. We need to circle back to that. Governance is the other one, Kathy, that you brought up recently, and that it's not really I'll put it on the future discussions. It's not really a discussion, but we've been working, superintendent and Shavannah, Wendy, Jean, and I, whatever, have been kind of working on scheduling some equity training for the board in the fall. So that's just something else that will probably end up being kind of a study session type thing. So, so just kind of looking at the big long list and how many meetings we have this year and how many things we have to accomplish, trying to plug them all in. So is there anything else anybody wants on the list at the moment? I'm just dying to get something else on the list. You know, you can always email separately. Nothing.
So are we planning on having next week is going to be remote again as well? Is that correct? The study session?
I am seeing a yes.
Yes.
Because I think we're still under the 10, no more than 10 executive order.
Okay.
Into June, I think, but so yes, we're still this way. So, all right, board members, if there's nothing else, I'd like to adjourn this meeting at 10:41 p.m.